So
Abrams,
we had.
IQ.
Oh, sorry, Mel. Go ahead. I didn't mean to catch.
Oh, that's okay. IQ Abrams watching IQ definitely interest. That was really strong Friday, and that one, we know has a fairly high short float going on there. We've seen some call activity, so that's definitely a good one. Thanks for pointing that one out.
Cuervo and SWKS had double upgrades this morning. Those I'm going to keep an eye on. Barron's had a positive article out on SKX Skechers, so we'll watch that one. And some of the regular ones. There wasn't really a lot of stuff I saw this morning news-wise where I was like, oh, I definitely want to play this, that, or the other. So we'll see what happens when the market opens.
Mario, did you see there was news on THO?
Oh yeah, they had earnings, right? How did they
Yeah.
do?
It looked like they posted like a 22%. I saw some big numbers. Go, you're better at
I'll look.
dissecting that than I am, but it looked impressive.
This on EPS.
That's why you look at it. What what I saw was it said that they delivered earnings and revenue surprises of 21.95% on earnings and then minus 1.63% on revenue. But they announced that their net sales were up 23% and gross margins improved 250 basis points for the first quarter of fiscal 2020.
Oh, interesting. So I think it's something we should definitely keep an eye on because they may like that.
Well, and where it's at on the chart, I think is interesting as well. So I've got that on
Yeah,
watch. And then Blue got that little pop Friday after hours on some news. For those of you that play bios, that one could be interesting. And then this what was it, OBSV that alerted this morning. It's like a 50 million share float. Shitty $6 bio, but they had positive phase 3 data. And then AbbVie and Twilio and Cat and all the other usual suspects for me.
sweet. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Did you take that stand for the laptop or the device that we used for the Switch? Stand?
I think it's in the
I
car.
just looked on the car.
It was attached. Oh, it's there on the outside of my bag.
Yes, Marco, you want to go to the little wheel, the little gear wheel is your user settings. Go ahead and click that. From there, you'll go to
PB, good morning.
notifications and just click all those little.
Oh, now it's muted. Realize I still had Discord going. So we'll see how this works. Made a few changes to the setup here, but the big one is this display that I have down here now. That allows me to draw. Does that show up? It does. I can draw on the chart now. Sweet. But I don't know how fast I'll be able to scroll through these like I normally do. I'll have to try to get used to it. THO could be very interesting. Little pop on shop pre-market. Same with AbbVie. They did have some news. The CLVS. Keep an eye on it. Zoom down pre-market. Expedia up. Peloton up slightly. Still haven't seen that drop on Cat. Roku looks like it's going down a little bit pre-market. Charlie, you want to hear my... I think I have a pretty good Teresa impression. You want to hear it?
Awesome, awesome, awesome.
I mean, that was pretty good, right? That was pretty good. Chester, what's up? Good morning. Yeah, let's get this market open. I'm ready. Really wanting to see what THO does when it opens, and blue, I think, can move. There we go. Blue at 83, 84. We got blue at 83.40. Let's take a look at Thor. THO. Not doing much yet. That's getting a little pop. Let's go. I'm going to go price those out. I haven't looked at their contracts. It's another one you can only play monthlies on. Actually, they're not even pricing for me. Now they priced. Okay. So let's see. It's at 67. The 65. Oh my gosh, the spreads are insane. The spreads are gnarly. But the 70s aren't too bad. You can get those for $1.55. Those are monthlies. So they expire December 20th. So you got a couple weeks on those. They're interesting. No volume. But where this thing came from is shows me that, you know, if the market likes it, it can definitely go much higher. Not to say it will, but Could be interesting. Where's blue? 82.72. $82.60. ZM back over 63, but just barely. Just barely. Roku upside. D-Dog tanked. Tanked at the open. Didn't it gap up a little bit? I wonder if that's why. I'm not looking at that chart, but sounds like Amazon is popping this morning a little bit. Get rid of this. Blue 84. Baba's up. Let's see, what is Piton doing? Says, look at Piton. Ooh, this is gonna be interesting. So blue's gonna do 82, 81.51. Expedia, little pop. Peloton, nice, 33.22. Shopify popped. And Twilio upside 99.70. Looks like. PCG 1140. They had news. Kern back up to 11. Looks like. Disney 148. Twitter just barely over 30 still. Amazon is running. Blue is dropping. Blue now 79.60. You grab CGC. I saw that they had a new CEO. And Home Depot's running. Home Depot can be a good one to play. Can't believe Twilio is up there where it is. Although it needs to get over, still needs to break that 106, but at least over 100 short term. Sounds like Microsoft is on fire. ZM now getting a little pop. Let's look at what's HD doing. HD is popping. 215. Doesn't look half bad. We got Twilio almost 100, 99.85. HD. See if we can get some action on those HD 230 calls. I'm still holding some out to next month, but it's gonna have to. And that was Flow that I followed, but it's really gonna have to make a move for those to do anything, I think. What's BA doing? It sounds like BA's popping too. I'm looking at HD contracts right now because it is popping nicely. So HD this week's the 220s aren't too bad. They're only $1. If it can run another buck, those would pay off nice. Let's see. And Twilio over 100. Twilio's just tough to play, I think. Normally those contracts are juiced a bit. But yeah, HD's looking pretty good. Might try the HD 220s for $1. That's not too bad. That would be a small position if I take it. But it's got to make a decent move today, I think, for those to pay off. Let's see. You could actually go out to next week, and they're not that much more. They're only $1.50. Where you go 220, next week would be, let's look at the 27th. Those are another 30 cents. Where's the action at? Most of the OI that I see, 220s for next week. 148 by 153. Actually, the 220s for this week getting some volume as well. Really like to see some sort of pullback there. Tons of volume on the 215s for this week. And the 215s this week those aren't bad either. I mean, they're $3. Not bad. Definitely not bad. So those big, the December 20th 2250s, those are up about 50%. Need to pull up that chart, but I'm probably just going to hop out of those. It still looks pretty good this morning. Yeah, Rocky, I am. It does look good. Watching a pop on ZM right now. Let's see what those price out at. Good morning, good morning. So the ZM, let's see, the 60, am I reading that right? Let's see. 6450, 6350s. 6350s are $1.50 by $1.65. Not bad. It's at 63.71. Zoom is looking pretty good. Let's see. No, because I'm pretty good at it myself, so figured I didn't need that one. On Apple, but I've been told I give people nightmares, but I'll give it a shot. Come on, Apple, you can do it. You're so pretty. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Wouldn't be the first time I had that effect on somebody, so it's okay. Seaski, you love it. You love it. Yeah, it does. I got in some 6350s, but they let's see, I paid, what did I pay for those? They're pricing 165 by 180. I may actually just go put, I just got filled a few minutes ago. Let's see. It is popping. I'm not sure if it's going to continue, but it does look good today. You know that we got in big last week. That one actually looks pretty good too. Neo, that's disgusting. Trying to see where I posted big, because I'm pretty sure that one went out on Twitter, and if so, I want to make sure I let people know that close out a little bit of that, I think. That's up 60%. BDX, watching BDX. 40% on D-Dog, nice job. Nice job. What is BDX? Con Dickinson? I do not know this at all. Sorry, I don't know BDX. Piton looks pretty good though. That pop, drop, and now it's going back up. What's that V looking like today? Pop and then a drop. Now back down under 87. Like that. You can blame that on me. Apparently it doesn't like my kisses. Yeah, Zoom is cranking at the moment. Let's see. Those are showing 175 by 190 now. I was just about to go post that. Oh well. Yeah, I can't post that ZM at this point, I don't think. It's chasing now. I was just going to type it out. Oh, yeah, it's definitely chasing at this point. I might just be looking at your guys' stuff today. My setup is all changed, and I got to get used to it again. I made some modifications to it over the weekend, and it's going to take me a little while, I think, to get used to it, get back in the rhythm. Blue took this big drop. See if it can recover. That may have been some profit taking, but that's weird that it dropped back down below previous support here. Relatively low float and had some news on Friday. Kind of thought we'd see that thing pop a little bit. Jenny B called out Clovis this morning, said to keep an eye on that. And ZM is still going. Awesome. Happy trader guy. Nice. I am in Qualcomm as well. And let's see where I'm at with it. I did a spread, or a, let's see, where is that one? So Qualcomm, I bought the $80 calls and sold the 87s. And yeah, it's looking nice. Real nice. ZM is still popping. Rocky, ZM looks like it's going back to 65. Let's see. VMW, huh? VMW. Oh, but this is VMware. I don't play VMware. Happy trader guy. That is one that I tend to stay away from. Only because of my own, again, negative, like, unhealthy negative bias towards VMware and what they do. I don't have anything wrong with it. It's just another one of those companies that, from a technical perspective, I see as having a limited lifespan unless they do something significantly different, because I don't understand why people will continue to need VMware once they're out of the data center. So I don't really mess with it. Used to play it a lot when it was exciting. I just don't think they're exciting anymore. Shop is popping. Shop looks pretty good. Where's it at? It's up what? $12. Damn. Shop is up about $12 today. I don't know if anybody's looked at that, but it's rocking as well. Saw that. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's going to be hard for me today. So I'll give you an idea of what's going on here. So I got this thing. let me see if I can show you this. I got this thing, which is awesome, right? It's like a 16-inch monitor that I can draw on, and actually the charts look really good on it. But the stand that I have, it like lays way down, so I can barely see it. But that's where I'm going to be looking at the TradingView charts, so I can draw on the screen and stuff. I have a stand coming that'll like make it stand upright, so I can actually see it. Because right now, I can barely see it. And if I try, I guess I could move all these windows, but then you guys aren't going to see them. I'll have to change the input source. Everything else about what I've changed I like much better, because I can actually see all the accounts that I trade and that sort of thing, now that I have another screen to do charts on. Let's just, I think for today I'm going to put this back, because this is going to be very, very tricky for me to try to manage and get used to today. Let's do this. Give me just a second. I'll change the input source back to the way that it was. Let's see. That might work. Oh, that's not the right display. Oh, Charlie. Let's move this over here. Sorry guys, normally I have all this done and ready, but like I said, I was working on making some changes on it, so there we go. I think that looks back to normal. Let's see if that's... I feel like I'm gonna have to put this like over here. There we go. That's kind of back to normal. Certainly looks better. Yeah, so VMware, if you like, it pulled back to the 9 EMA there on the 1 minute. I just can't. VMware, like I said, just does not have the same ring that it used to. Big looking good. Pulling back a little bit. See what it's gonna do. And Shop pulled back and kind of looks like it might be ready to go again. Huh. The only thing with Shop is that usually the premiums are pretty high. So Shop is at $378 and the 380s are $9. Do they have ER this week or something, or is that just the premium? Holy cow. The 380s are $9 for this week. Yeah. So that's a little bit that can be tough to play. So I don't know if I'm going to mess with that. And ZM just keeps going. Just continuing. What is BMY doing today? Oops, BMY. Not really much yet. It's up about, it's up $1. Actually looks pretty good right there. So BMY actually isn't expensive to play. Not a lot of premium on that. The weekly 60s are carrying about 40 cents a premium. They're $1.33 by $1.39. The 60/50s are $1. Not too bad. All right, let's keep an eye on BMY. Zoom. Has Thor done anything yet? THO. Actually, not too bad there. That could be interesting. Not looking half bad. And Avi back at support here at 87. You would hope, anyway, that it will hold that 87. And big, pulling back now. Those bigs that we got in, let's see, those are December 20th. They're up about 70%. I'm going to close out a half of those, I think. I mean, it still looks good. I don't see any problem with it. I'm just taking profit off the table. Lock in the gains when they're there. I'm out half. And Kern back over $11. What's Piton at? 34.17. Very nice for Piton. Nice start to the week. All right, ZM slowed down just a little bit. Got a couple candles that came in. Looks like potentially just a pullback, little small pullback here. We will see. That sucker can move fast when it wants to both directions. I have not looked at, I wonder what PanW is doing today. If it's just being a piece of shit or not. And THO looking good here. Let's see, I might try those 70s. Now showing $1 by $1.20 for the 70s. Out to December 20th. now $1.05 by $1.35. See what I can get. See what I can get on a fill here. I'll go somewhere in the middle. Well, they jumped. 135 by 145. All right, I got to fill. I put in 135. That was a typo. I got in at 125. I'm going to post that. Might get a little pullback here. Or hell, might get a big pullback, but right here going for high day. Why can't I move this column? Now they're showing 140 by 155. Come on, THO. $68.55 next for resistance. Right on. Morning, what field do you like to invest in? Meathead, I play whatever the hell's moving. Whatever looks good to me for the day, wherever the momentum's at, something that's got news. And if it's anything more than that, it's probably in tech, specifically cloud. Those are the companies that I know the best. So they tend to be my favorite plays, especially if I like them and we get some options flow on them. Then I really like them. But outside of that, I'll play anything that's moving. Like right now, this Thor Industries, they make campers, I think, RVs, recreational vehicles, and posted some good numbers. They had a revenue, or I think it was an earnings beat, a revenue slight miss on revenue, uh, but a lot of growth, which is good. Let's see, cancel. Okay, let's see where we're at. I'm showing 150 by 160 now. Not too bad. See if we're gonna get continuation here or not. So ZM now up over 65. Big still looking pretty good. And BMY, little pullback. No, it looks like maybe it's going to continue. ZM just keeps cranking. This THO. What else we got moving? A shop still cranking. Oh, nice pullback on shop. Still too. Probably not going to play shop until later in the week. You can certainly play it. Just not going to pay that premium today. Amazon had this nice pop. 1760. What was that? 1767 pulled back. 1762. That looks pretty good. Piton 3450. Hopefully Twilio will hold 100 this week. That would be nice. No shit. Nope. Twilio, when I said hold over 100, it didn't. Now it's under 100. What is the SPY doing? 315.57 or 315.17. Interesting that you've kind of got SPY and UVXY. Like you got SPY getting a little pop. You have UVXY getting a pop. It's interesting. look a little different from what I'm used to seeing, which is UVXY pop, SPY drop. Not really seeing much of a drop on SPY yet. You guys can hear me okay, I assume? Normally you light me up when you can't, so I'm guessing you can. So far, AbbVie holding support at 87. Let's see if that's gonna continue to hold. Cool. Nice pop on AAL. Let's see. All right, THO. I'm up about 25% on THO. What is J&J doing? It looks like maybe they're going up. They had that news that was not great last week. Oh, no, okay, now it's coming down a little bit. On that asbestos baby powder, they did gap up this morning along with, wait, was this? No, that was last week. Okay. So it is under the 34. Still got this, let's see, under the 34, under the ADMA, just barely. I'm going to change this 8 to a 9 and color it white like everything else. Like that, there we go. Seems like maybe it's kind of bottomed out there. We'll see. Let's look at the longer term chart for J&J. I feel like when we looked at it last week, without news, we were looking at it going, oh, it's not a horrible place to potentially to short. Thought that news would hit it a little harder, but ooh, there we go. Come on. So I'm in J&J puts, 51 cents, 139s for this week. But it's got to break. Was that pre-market low? Yeah. It's got a ways to go. Big poppin'. Twilio bounced right there off of VWAP. And now back over 100 just slightly, but back over 100. THO. Now showing 180 on the ask. 155 by 180. Where'd you say you had, go back to that OBS chat. V1 minute on VWAP oversold. Looking to see if we might have a run of 70 cents or so. Okay. ZM 66. Provolone. Chester 68.55. Okay. Well, it's above that. $68.74. We've got kind of this triple top. Well, double top that may turn into a triple top is not too far away up here at 71 on the weekly chart. Let's look at the daily. See this resistance right here at 71.95. Right in there. Now, if you were looking to get into this at this point, oops, you might look at the fibs. Impulse low to impulse high on the 1 minute. See if that shows us anything. Yeah, consolidated right there around 382 extension, blew right through 618 and 786. It might be about time for a pullback on that thing. Whoops, that is not what I was trying to do. THO. I'm going to sell half. Showing 160 by 170. I think it's got some more room. Don't know if it's going to get there today or this week or whatever, but you can see this resistance up here around 71.95. I mean, really, $68.26, $68.82. Okay, so maybe that's why we're pausing right here. That was the top of this wick, pretty close. That was 68.82, so I'm going to hold on to it for now. We just got to pop to 69. This thing moves pretty quick. So 69.47 maybe. That was resistance back here November 2018 on the daily. And then you got, you know, obviously the whole number is 70. Yeah, we'll give this one a little time. I think still looks good. And I don't really see much resistance between here and, you know, 70, 71. A little bit, but yeah, nothing major. At 69.10, you almost gotta think it's gonna go for 70. It's gotta go try it, right? I would think. J&J is getting a pop here. See what it does at the 34. And I can go look at Visa if you'd like. AbbVie holding that 87 right now. That one's usually not too bad to play. I don't like we've had a long consolidation period on AbbVie. I think right here 86, 87. THO 69.30. Okay, J&J, you need to reject and go back the other way. And I want to keep a close eye on AAL just because I'm in those longer term calls. There was a headline that just came across. It was a few minutes ago. It didn't seem to affect it immediately, but definitely want to keep an eye on it. Something about a plane being on fire. Smoke. Not that that's their fault. Who knows, but definitely want to keep an eye on it. J&J, you need to go the other way. Nice pop. That was 89.40 or 69.40 on THO. And this thing has been beat to shit, you know, coming from, what is that, 160-ish, January 2018. Lots of room, potentially the upside here. I don't know if there's any shorts stuck in this thing. I should go look at that. Let's see. Let's go check. %15 short on 50 million share float. So I talked about that THO this morning. Did get in it. But just something to note, 50 million share float, 15% short. And it's popping. Sure. So very nice. Very nice. And it looks like that blue is not doing anything. BMY kind of stuck. And a pullback on ZM. Still 66, not bad. Not a bad move for ZM. Twilio still holding over 100. Yep, $100.17. Disney dropping a bit. Roku, some red candles on Roku, continuing to fall. Peloton, just over 34. So the only thing about this THO, yep, 15% short, 50 million share float, but that means that it can move pretty fast in either direction. So if you're in it, just be careful with it because it can move. AbbVie really needs to hold that 87. All right, AL so far news seems to be not impactful on that one. Alta down over 3%, or Okta? You have Okta. I'm guessing Alta. Ooh, 254 from the 260s. Yep. I was in an Alta position for a while. Tried to kind of catch the falling knife on that one a little bit on the big drop that it had, and I finally got out of it. Slightly green on Friday, so I'm not currently holding any Alta. Tell you, I was pretty happy to get out of that. And to get out green, I was like, I knew eventually I would, but I had no idea how long it was going to take. All right, ZM, let's go. Twitter now 3065. We should probably go look at a Twitter chart because it's holding up pretty nice. THO has only done 750K in volume. Must be, okay, now ABBV under 87. Damn it. What's the average volume on this thing? Because it just keeps running here. Let's go look. Okay, so the average is 752 or 765, and we've already done 752. So it's almost done its daily average volume here in the first hour. That's impressive. That's impressive. Not half bad. So for anybody interested, also interesting, on THO, the average daily volume about 756,000, and it's done almost its average daily volume in the first hour. Yeah, I'm going to get out of half of THO right here. 69.50. Oh, man, it was up about 50%. Showing 170 by 195. A lot of times these low floaters like this, you can get some pretty decent sized pullbacks like what's coming in right now. So you got to watch that. So we had our chance there. Now I'm going to wait. Damn thing. 69.08. Yeah, we might see a little more pullback here. Let's see, what did I? Remember, 15% short on that float. 50 million share float. So profit taking is going to make this thing pull back hard. If the shorts are convinced, have any sort of conviction, they can dump some shares into it, drop the price pretty quick. I'm not going to get too worried yet. Let's see. I'm going to look at level 2 and see if I can see what's going on here. Where's PNW? 225, 226. All right. Yeah, I don't see much. But yeah, I mean, that was a $1 drop, right? It can happen pretty quick. Pull back. Let's see what we got here for the fibs. See if anything lines up now. So it is right at the 618 extension at the moment. And J&J decided not to drop any further. Now at the 200 MA. So if it gets above the 200 MA, I'll jump out of that short. I'm not going to mess with it, but this is a bounce right off the 618 on THO. At least at the moment. See if it's going to bounce. Not digging the way those indicators are set up at the moment. Yeah, it doesn't take much to move it, that's for sure. Couple of decent sized buys, followed by a bunch of smaller sells. And AAL is now below the 34 and dropping. So let's see. I'm probably not going to hold on to that too long. Where are we at? 76. Wondering if I should maybe get out and see if, let this news shake out. Jenny B playing FCX for a dime. there's some. The spreads on THO are interesting. Like it goes from being tight to, for a second there was about a 60-cent spread. J&J now above the 30. Oh no, that's Twilio. But J&J is at the 200. I think that's what I was looking for. Yeah, let's see if it rejects the 200 or not. If it rejects the 200, or if it clears that 200 MA, I'm going to jump out of it. Do need to go take a look at Zoom 6624. Yeah, Zoom looking pretty good. ZM 6612. Did it pull back? Well, not really. Just a little. It might now, though. Go look at RCL. See what it's doing. Bouncing back up. All right, ZM. Get out of half of those. Now ZM's getting a pullback. All right, so THO bounced off the 618 there and now has broken through it to the downside. See what she's gonna do. J&J looks like it's gonna be popping above the 200 here. Yeah, I'm going to get out of that. Apparently they can poison babies and nobody cares. See what I filled. So J&J I filled at 44. Out of that one. Big is running. V just still under 87. Can't seem to get above that. ZM had that pullback to the 34, which is currently holding a support. See if that can continue. And Roku was going down and found some support. Let's see what it does. Disney 147. Twilio still holding over 100. Nicely. Peloton 34.30. And Amazon 17.58. We'll look at that Qualcomm chart. Nice on big. Still running. Hell, J&J, you could flip long right here again. Apparently they don't care that they're exposing babies to asbestos. What was I going to go look at? Oh, QCOM. QCOM looks pretty good right here. BMY looks pretty good. Bouncing off that 200. Still moving up. All right, I'm going to get out of ZM for now. Let's look at it here. Yeah, I'm going to get out of ZM, I think. If it breaks the 34 there on the 1 minute, I'll be out. Gets a candle that closes below it, I'll jump out. Twilio, 129 cents. 131. Popping off the 34 there. As long as it stays above the 34, I'll hold it. And big looking pretty good. Twitter 3058. AL 2778. So ZM popped nice there off the 34. And nice pop on BMY. Looking pretty good. Hello? No idea what that was, but it was in another language. All right, Thor's breaking VWAP here. Testing VWAP anyway. Let's pop on big. That'd be just back, barely back over 87. This has been a tough spot. What's Roku doing? 146? No, 140. Wait, that's Walt Disney. Yeah, 146.46. And Disney's now under 148. Amazon back over 1760. Shop's still looking pretty good. Bounced off VWAP. And let's see what THO does here at the 382 extension. All right, let's roll it back up. Start going the other way. Get some more covering. There's a little pop on AbbVie over VWAP. See what it can do. And AAL is dropping. EDPT. EDPT forms global collaboration with AbbVie to use clonoSCue for testing in multi-melanoma trials. What was a headline? See if they get any sort of pop on that. Know if it's going to have any effect. But let's see. Nice move on BMY right there. PNW now over 227. Let's see what PNW is doing. I'm gonna have to walk away for a minute and just grab some breakfast. Now that we got through the open. And Roku still dropping 140, 145, 146, under 146. I don't see anything really screaming at the moment. Big, moving up nice. ZM has slowed down, but Big is looking pretty good. BMY and Big are about the two that look the best today out of everything that I'm watching. Twilio doesn't look half bad. Thoughts on PanW calls? Okay, let's see. How much room are you giving? Man, Simmons, THO is a tough one. Just because, I talked about the low float, percentage short. I don't have a big position in it. If you don't like it, cut it, get out. I'll probably give it to low a day, which, sucks, but it's right now, it's just selling off on low volume. This thing doesn't do a lot of volume. So I probably, after looking at the average daily volume and the float, should have done something with a bunch more time on it. So I wouldn't blame you if you got out of it. I just think, I don't know that, this week is going to be enough time at this point. But we'll see. I do think with the numbers that they put out, I wouldn't be surprised to see that thing start moving up. But, when is that going to happen? Not sure. I'm actually... This thing is really, really interesting right where it's at. 60, let's see, what are we at? That's 63.81, so that's another $3 down. That long-term support from back in 2015. Not surprised to see it pulling back here. It did on the daily. It's above that 21 EMA. Yeah, this one's just, I think, going to have quite a bit of range. Gross margins improved 250 basis points for the first quarter. All right, I am out of my Zoom calls. But as long as it holds above the 34, I think you're okay. I'm going to go get some breakfast. That's why I'm getting out of it. But I think looking at the indicators here, it's set up. If these turn around, it's holding the 34 nicely on this, when the sentiment indicator goes red, KST turns over, cloud's still green, TTM cross barely down. As long as that 34 holds, your next, it looks like it's setting up for another run to me. But I've got to go get something to eat. So keep an eye on that. And PanW, I think PanW is going to make it back. It's just a matter of when I'm in commons for PanW. And Simmons PCG, I think, is a crapshoot. Right? It's a crapshoot. It's like, as everyone else has kind of said, the analysts said, like, this thing's either going bankrupt or it's going to double and go 20, 30 bucks. I think what happened with them, the numbers that came out on their settlements and stuff, I think were better than a lot of people expected. And I like 230 calls on PanW. Hell, it was there last week. I'm not going to get into anything right this second because I'm going to go grab some food. Yeah, I wouldn't. And PCG is just. I'm actually in commons on PCG, but I got in at $7. It's at $11.40. I have a stop in at $11, so I'll take the profit on it if it hits that. Alta, PanW turning around. Did I miss anything else? I don't think so. I think I'm caught up. AbbVie looking nice here off that 87 support. Not half bad. So it looked like Big was pulling back just a little bit, but right there to the 34 at the moment. back and look at ZM real quick. Yeah, ZM's still looking pretty good. Alright. I think ZM, before I walk away here, put a stop in at 65.90 on the commons. If they sell, they sell. Great. Just in case something happens while I'm gone. All right, I'll be right back. Keep on going, Zoom. Call me Mr. Meow. What happened when I walked away? Oh, ZM. Man, shop is looking good. Expedia looking decent. Yeah, that was a nice pop on ZM. Thoughts on UNH Chester? I think I missed that one. All right, V, what are you gonna do? Is P shy? A little bit. If I'm sitting here staring at it, it doesn't want to perform. 66.61 now. She looking pretty. UNH looks good. Interesting spot anyway. It is below VWAP. It's below the 34. Let's look at it on the daily here. I've played UNH a couple times. Where are we at? 279, 58, 52 week high, 283.04. It's a bit extended here above all the moving averages on the daily. Always a little scary. But you can see here on the daily, it has pulled back and tested that 786 extension a couple times perfectly. They tried to pull it down, got pushed right back up. Let's look at 15-minute. Like it better closer to 277 there. But that's about $2.50 below where it is right now. Currently sitting at the 9 EMA there on a 30-minute. And on the 1 hour chart, same. You kind of got, there's some support here, 278.82-ish. Right in there. You can see where that's hit a few times on the 1 hour, quite a few times. So at least for now, that's your bottom that you want to see hold. And on the 1 hour, the EMA 9, which is rejected a couple times in the last few days. I got that sitting at 279.97. It was over 280 today, which is surprising that it got over 280 and didn't hold. It's a little surprising. So if this continues, this drop continues, you want to see this 278.82-ish. You want to see that hold. That wouldn't be a horrible place to pick it up if it gets down that far. Maybe the whole number at 279 if it can get there. Possibly some support right here at 279.12. Let's see if we can get us a range here. Let's look at this on a 4-hour. So 277.07 on the daily. Why did I just do that? So a nice bounce there off the 34, near the 34 here. This is a 4-hour chart that I'm looking at. $279.50 is the 618, pretty close to where it's at now. You know, maybe these are a little off or something, but something like that. 279.51. Yeah, if you can get it closer to 270, you know, you could try it here around 278.50. But ideally, I think 277 if you wanted to give it a shot, just above 277, maybe like 277.30, I think is more interesting. Okay, Roku popping a little bit. Amazon popping a little bit. Peloton 34.50. Expedia almost 109. Twilio pulling back to the 200. Disney holding that 147 like a champ at the moment. Apple correcting. I'm seeing some bid side support come in here. We'll see what THO does here, but you guys want to know what she's really doing? Let's ask her. Hey, Teresa, how's the vacation going?
Oh, it's really boring here, Bender. Body shots, bongs, lingerie with the girls, and one hell of a pillow fight.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of Bitside support now. Nope, wrong ticker. Never mind. I take that back. ZM about to break. Looks like it wants to break 67. And big going for 27. QCOM looks good. BMY has slowed down a little bit, but still looks pretty good here. There we go. Come on, ZM. Let's go 67. Come on, you can do it. It's like, no, I can't. Is it because I'm watching Zoom? Is that why? All shy again? Blue doing anything today? Nope, just a drop from the morning, but holding above 75 at the moment. Maybe that was bottom. We'll see. Where's the black apple? No black apple yet this morning. Right now I'm eating yogurt. The Pan W does not look bad at all. It is now through the 200 here on the 1 minute. Let's go look at Pan W with our indicators here. Kind of looks like it might be setting up for another pop. We'll see. know what this drop was all about. Or that was just the drop with the market. I think on Friday when we took that big dip. It is above the 34. Hopefully THO will hold in here. It's quiet in here today. We only got like 32 people on Twitch watching. It's low. Maybe I scared some people off with that, with all the music and the party we had going on in here on Friday. I know, P Melon. The goal, the next goal, Twitch likes to do these like micro. Maybe it's the lack of music. Maybe Twitch does these like micro. You know, it's gamification. But my next goal is to get to 50 average concurrent viewers. 31 ain't gonna help. That's the wrong direction from where we were last week. 227.03. Yep, Pan W, interesting for sure. This is resistance, at least from last week. You can look at this on longer term. See if Twilio can hold the 200. Simmons, I'm listening to Mel talk about that right now. I am still in Zoom Commons. And blue's starting to recover. But Zoom, yeah, look at this on the 1 hour. Whew. Coming up on resistance right here around 67. You can see from December 3rd right here. So watch that. Also, November 14th, it was support. Resistance on the 28th. If you're interested in Zoom, watch that 67 carefully. Make sure it can get through that because that's been an area of support and resistance a few times. It looks awesome though. God, what a nice looking chart today. It bounced perfectly on the 1 minute, bounced off the 34, and just kept on going. Let's see if blue can curl up and make a little run there. Pan W, if this breaks, it's going to be, I think 228 pretty quick. It can move. I don't know what the premiums look like today. I haven't looked at that one. So PNW on the 15 minute, I think I'm only seeing one red candle on the 15 minute. And it's about to break out. Looking like it wants to break out of the opening range here. Going for potentially up to high day, 227.48. And we're only about 18 cents. Take a look at PNW as well. It's only about 14 cents from high a day. I had an interesting spot here. King Sully, I don't know. The only thing that makes any sense to me on that is, again, like this low volume, and it got all the volume this morning. So it did its daily volume like in the first hour. So I don't know if this is, if this was people taking profits or that early morning pop could have been some short covering going on. Not really sure, but looking back and seeing the average volume and the size of the float and everything, probably would have made a lot more sense to go with something with a bunch more time on them for this one, because it may take some time. If it looked like the market liked those numbers and you can see how fast this thing can move, right? It popped to 70 pretty quick. So it may be one that just takes some more time to work. With that low volume, maybe one of those that just kind of drifts, up over the next couple of months. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I agree. It looks like shit. Yep, it can make some big moves. And Solly, it's near low a day, which is also support. I've got an area here of support from yesterday. I don't know, see what it does right here, but yeah. Let's just say I'm not buying their shit. They ruined it for me. If it would have kept going the other direction, I'd be in. Hey, they support me, I support them. All right, now we're getting a pullback on Zoom here, 66.20. I still have my stop on Commons. Is at 59.90. We'll see if it hits that. All right, nice little bounce there. About $1.60 on blue. Is Apple done correcting? Oh, and Simmons, it's okay. I'd rather hear it twice than not at all. There are times that I miss it, so it's all good. Apple 266 from 270. You know, it's hard to say, Mr. Meow. You know, the best guess that I could make on Apple would be looking at the daily. You know, you see this. Let's see if this lines up with the fibs. In any way, shape, or form here. I got the 786 is at all the way down at 250. So let's say probably not going to hit 250 today. But I would say that on the daily, you know, at some point, there's probably going to be a bigger pullback. I don't know if it's going to be, you know, it may not happen until it gets, you know, quite a bit higher, but see if I can find you something relevant here. So on the 15 minute, if we draw the fibs on the 15 minute, this is back from, let's see, last week, the 3rd of December. This was the low to the high we just hit. You know, maybe it finds support at that 618, which is 265.86. You know, that has been an area where there's been a reaction a few times. It didn't find support. Let's see, broke that level. And maybe you see support right here where it's at, holding from the last few days, you know, right in here. This was an area of resistance and then support. You know, maybe that holds. But this, I mean, it's kind of due for a pullback. But yeah, this 266, if you look at this, let me get rid of that. Let's draw this price channel. If we say from the body of that candle, like down, you could even see maybe like high 260, like right around 264, you know, maybe as an area of support if it doesn't hold the top of this channel, which it's already kind of broken into. 266.37. Maybe around 264. Maybe slightly higher, 264.71-ish. Right in there. Yeah. You know, you would want to see there's been this consolidation. You had this huge run up. When it dropped out of this, you know, this was a good pullback. That, in my opinion, you know, pretty healthy consolidation pullback right here. God, it bounced really nicely there off the 21 EMA perfectly. And you had, you know, after this run, you had this pullback right to the 786 extension at 262 and change, you know, right in there. Bounced, tried to break that, didn't. Had that little gap down. And then this run. So you'd really want to see it like that. 262 is going to be a pretty critical area that needs to hold, between 260 and 260. Call it 260 as being like that breaks definitely more downside in store. Well, not definitely, but that would be my inclination. I think right now that don't be surprised if we see 265, but it's getting close. But I'd be watching this shaded area in here because that was an area where it consolidated, kind of bounced back and forth, which lines up with the fibs. So down to about 262.97. Just call it 262 even. This area right in here. So that's what I'd be watching. I'm not playing it, but. And AbbVie just ran to 87 and change, 87.30, and then said nope, turned around, went the other way. ZM's kind of concerning there, and nice pop on big. All right, let's see if THO is going to hold this bottom. Things starting to turn around potentially here on the indicators. See if we can get any volume to come in and buy this thing back up. Surprising that it's well below what was support yesterday before ER. But this is, this was support, I said yesterday, but Friday late in the day and down here on the 5th. So you'd really want to see, this area in here, 65-ish, hold. Otherwise, it may just continue to drift down. Yeah, big is making a nice pop there. Nice run. Call me Mr. Meow, no worries. PNW pulled back. Now 226.94, just under 227. Huh, what's BMY doing? Twilio continuing to retreat under 100 at the moment. Nice pop coming in on Qualcomm. All right, AbbVie. Not looking half bad there off the 200 and back above VWAP. See what the indicators look like on that one. Okay, PNW needs to hold this in here. Otherwise, back to VWAP we go. Yeah, V not looking half bad. If it can get back above the 34, might see some continuation there. See if we get TTM squeeze to flip. And it may be setting up for a run. We will see. It's got to break through that 34. Qualcomm looks like it wants some more. So I'm going to close out, I think the 87s. Might close that out and just hold on to those $80 calls. We're at 84.84. All right, those are $6 now. Still not much premium on them being out to January. It's interesting. But I like this move. Pop, kind of consolidate, start moving back up. Nice spot for it to bounce there off the 89 EMA on the daily. I don't remember who brought Qualcomm up, or exactly. I don't recall where that came from, but solid, definitely solid. That was one. I think we got in that one last week, but I don't remember whose call that was. It's looking really good, though. Really good. Breaks that turtle line, and it could go. Don't know if that's going to happen, but that's the current situation. And the indicator is now starting to turn positive here for THO. Maybe it has found bottom. We'll see. And big, still popping. I want to look at Qualcomm on this. See what it looks like. Drop on MO on Joule valuation. Sounds like being written down. Oh, Joule, I shorted that one a long time ago, and it went up $4 or $5 from where I shorted it. Luckily, I had some calls that I had bought as insurance, which protected me, but it just didn't want, I guess it wasn't its time. Let's look at, see what's going on with MO. MO's at 50. Ugh. This is a cult stock, though. The force is strong. However, when you look at some of the things that MO can do as a stock here, I was shorting it, let's see, back in here. There was some bad news that came in, and I saw this as resistance right in here. Tried to short it right in here, it didn't work. And I think I tried to short it let's see, 45. No, it was right in here around 43. Right in here, and it didn't work. If it does decide to really drop, it's got a ways to go to pull back. Even if you're, a couple bucks gets you, to that 34 EMA on the daily. Like, there's definitely room, but the following is pretty strong. And they do have a good dividend, or a decent dividend, I think, which I think keeps some people in it. ZM still holding. You want to see that area hold down to about 66.13. Ideally, next level would be right around 65.77 that you'd want to see hold. I don't think it'll get there unless, it just starts to sell off and free fall. Then it's certainly possible. But for now, the volume is good in it, and every dip gets bought up. Big still going. PNW 226.58. Approaching the 200 MA. I am here. Oh yeah, sure. I'll do it right now. Oh, stupid. Charlie, I was live. I had the same issue that I was having before. I turned it back on. It's on now. No worries. Some shop put sweeps that came in this morning, and then some call sweeps. So there's flow on both sides. King Solly says THO now getting some volume off of that level of support that I called out. Let's go take a look at that. Yes, it is. Let's see if it can continue or if it's going to get rejected again. See if we can get any continuation here. MO not dropping yet. Not to say it won't, but Tiger Capital Management cuts its Juul Labs valuation to 19 billion. So basically cut it in half. It was at 38. So MO's investment in Juul has been cut in half. And AbbVie had that little pop. Now back at what was resistance this morning. See if it can act as support. I'll tell you though, the daily has held up well right around that 85.29, that line that I've got right there. It's held up well there, but just cannot seem to get any momentum. I mean, this is, looks like a flag here. This is on a 4-hour chart for AbbVie. If it can get back down under 85, I'll be picking some more up. I don't know that it's going to make it that far, but which is also kind of near that 786 extension around 84.74, which if I adjust this a little bit, let's make sure I got it right on there. You can adjust these. Let's see where we line up. So 382 extension was at 73.45. This is on the, this big run that it's had since it started its recovery. 618, it halted there, messed around there, reacted as expected, and then 786 was the last fib extension here that it kind of bounced around a few times. I have that at 84.65. And we're all the way up at 87.07. So this area in here between about 85.29 up to about 88.86 or 88.50, call it. So 85.30 to 88.50, this $3 range, it's kind of been stuck in here now for a couple of weeks, and that's what we got to get out of. Hopefully to the upside, but until it gets out of that, it's, you're kind of just bouncing back and forth. Tell you what I'm going to do is set an alert here, which it broke at pre-market this morning. I had an alert go off on AbbVie because I had an alert set up for like 88 or 87.80 or something like that, and it broke that this morning in pre-market. I think this was the print up here. That's right. It was at 88.65 was my alert, and there was a print up here, up around 89. And it set off an alert this morning, really early. But yeah, I mean, you'd want to see maybe down here around 86.50 if it makes it down there. But this is short-term support right where it's at. But I wouldn't buy it on that, not the way it's been moving. It's not for me yet. Apple 265.88. And ZM 6660. All right, let's look at our fibs again. Oh. China's preparing for December 15th tariffs. That was a headline we just got. So see if SPY reacts on that. SPY's pulled back quite a bit here already. So keep an eye on SPY. Now we're getting a little spot pop on SPY here back over the 34. See what happens. Roku recovering a little bit, 140, almost 146. And Amazon flirting with the 34 EMA and the 200 there. A little pullback on Peloton. Shop looks like it's going to go for more. It breaks 380, that 380 turtle line right there, and it could go. Expedia sitting at a turtle line as well right here at 108.90. Still.
Okay, guys, come on. There's gotta be a ticker.
Shop just broke 380 again. You see this turtle line on Shop? I got Shop and Expedia both looking interesting. That's what it looks like to me. I'm still in those 110s tech. Those are December 20th 110s for Expedia. They're pricing $1.55. And MO, I don't know if that news is going to hit them. I can't short MO. I feel like I've tried like 4 times. Every time I think it's going to go down, it doesn't continue. But it did just break VWAP. And it's under the 34. Holding up at the moment, though. I'm going to take a look. We had some flow on those shop 400s. Let's see. Shop 400 calls this week. They were buying this week's $400 calls at $3. Wow, that's $20 out of the money. A little too risky for me. I think Expedia looks pretty interesting. THO now coming back. We'll see. But it did get a nice little bounce here off support. Now, if this thing turns around and goes the other way, it may go test this again. Go see. And AbbVie, all of a sudden, just a total lack of follow through on that move. Seems like Apple wants to go test that 262. I don't know. It just kind of looks like, I don't know what's going on with Apple today. But yeah, it's not looking great today for Apple. Those 262.50s are $2. Still about 250 out of the money, 270 out of the money, and another 190 in premium. 470 there. Where are we at? Market in general. Big is up 12%. Domo is slightly green. We were watching that one last week. Thor's still green for the day. All right, where are we at? IXIC. That's only down about 5. Qs are dropping a little bit, it sounds like. December monthly 75 put. Let me go take a look. I haven't looked at that chart. Yeah, no problem. So tech, I think for me, they reported recently, right? And they reported decent. End of October is what caused that last kind of run up. And I've got it sitting at the 34 EMA on the daily. I got the I think, so are you showing that at like 74, 72? 74, 74, what is that? 34, 74, 72? It's about another 20 cents to get below that. Well, and the other thing is you got the 618 is at about 73.50 something. So I think you got room down to that if you can break that 34 EMA on the daily. Sure. Thoughts on KHC? Let's see. What does that mean? Flow on both sides. Yeah, that means there was call flow and put flow. UAL, a couple times. Thoughts on KHC? What's up, Bobby? P Mellon, we could go look at KHC. I think I pulled that chart up this morning when we got that alert. It is above the 200 here on the daily. It actually looks on the daily. This is the first time you see that 21 EMA moving back through all the other moving averages there. It is above the 200. It's got a gap to fill up to about $40. What was their last earnings? They reported well. Looks good on the 5-minute. Coming up on potential area of contention here between 32.17 up to about 32.47. Man, this looks good. Set up for, I think, for a decent swing. Let's look at it here. And you've got this trend line support here. This is on a 2-hour chart. So this has been the trend since the 4th of October that you would expect to hold. Next resistance potentially up here around 32.50 up to 33.24, 33.50 right in there. So that's the area that you're coming into right in here. Now, given that they've already reported, and it looks like they reported well, you would expect this trend line, you know, again, expect is probably the wrong word, but you would hope that that would hold. Could be very, very interesting coming into this, you know, previous support if it gets through that. It's definitely got some room. So let's look at, measure this pullback after earnings and look at that. It bounced right at the 382 extension. 31.43 is the 618. Man, this thing looks good. I'd like it better on this trend line, like down under 32. Right around 31.50 or so. Maybe 31.75, but it does not look bad. I wonder if, did anybody follow that? Did anybody follow that KHC alert? It's the one that's up about 50%. Did you guys talk about that on the chart? Did anybody look at it? Bueller. All right. I'll show you what I'm seeing. I like this. I like the setup. I'm about to post a chart here. I'll show you why. Okay, I just posted, that's 3 time frames, but if you look at the top right, that's the 15-minute. You can see that trend line that it's been following on the 15-minute chart since the beginning of October. October 3rd is when it first hit that line, but that's been acting as the trend here on the 15-minute chart. The last jump there, they've already reported, and it looks like that last jump was on earnings. Which looks like it was a beat with a decent, it looks like a 40% surprise on EPS. And it's, if you look at that 15-minute chart, that run up after ER, when it pulled back perfectly right to the 382 extension, hit that trend line. That's where the 382 and that trend line met, and it's just been crawling up that trend line. And it's coming out the 786 extension I have at 32.34. So just about 20 cents higher. And if you look at this thing on the daily and where it came from, it's just been beat to shit. So it's definitely interesting. And actually, there's a trend line here on the daily, somewhat, back to 21 August. That is kind of in line with what we're following now. So that's interesting. I like the way that it's set up here, and I like that they've already reported. It is above the 200 now on the daily. Another thing to pay attention to on the daily is this is the first time since, like literally since it's been dropping, this is the first time that the 21 EMA has crossed through all the other EMAs on the daily. So the 21 is now through the 34, 55, and the 89. And this is the first time that's happened in quite some time. Like since, what, about 2015 or something like that? Very interesting on the daily chart there and on the 15-minute. Sure. What were they buying? They were buying, what was that alert on? They bought 3150s. Oh, they bought weekly 3150s. I could see this playing out, you know, as a longer term swing. I mean, there's room up to $40 if it can keep going and start to, you know, close in on that gap. It could get real interesting. So I'd look for something longer dated, you know, up in the mid 30s. I think wouldn't be bad. So if you look at like the January monthlies and we look at the 35s, they are 15 by 20 cents. That ain't bad. Does not catch the next ER. Let's see if they report in October, end of October, November, December, end of January. So if you look at the February 20th, 35s, I mean, those are only $1. That ain't bad, in my opinion. Probably catch some juice going into ER. There's a lot of volume on the 3250s and a lot of open interest for February on the 3250s. I actually want to point that out. Hey, Tech, look at the volume in OI on those 3250s in KHC out to February. That would catch the next ER. I don't think they're priced all that bad. I mean, $2 in premium to go out to February. Yeah. Something like that. For $2 out to February, and look at that gap that it has to fill. Not saying it will, but you know, if it can start to make its way towards that gap, you could see this thing going to 35 pretty quick. Let me know what you think on those or what you see. And those are actually less than $2. $1.80. Definitely interesting, P Melon. I like the way that it's set up. You know, headed towards that gap. Could make it very interesting. So it looks like Zoom broke 67, but then pulled back. AbbVie right at 87, pinned at the moment. A little bit of a higher low there on THO. And just popped above the 34. Maybe it's time for THO. Oh, nice pop there. Come on, let's get some continuation there. That'll be fun. Yeah, I think KHC looks good. The only thing it's above the ADMA there. This is on a 5-minute. I'm going to give this a few minutes here and see, make sure it doesn't pull back on us, or if it does, look for an entry there. Kind of got to break this turtle line here to continue. See if we can get some continuation there. Yeah, an MO, that's why I don't short it, because I think it should go down and it doesn't go down, and I'll probably never short J&J again either. You would think that asbestos news would have been enough to hurt them a little bit, and it hasn't. So Apple now back at the 34 on the 1 minute. Let's see what it decides to do. And now ZM getting another little pop. Right back here at the 34. Or Twilio, sorry. Right back here at the 34. And it doesn't respect that 34. I mean, I've seen it do that quite a few times. So I don't put a lot into the 34 on Twilio. It doesn't seem to care. And Expedia now pulling back a little at VWAP. Got the VWAP and the 200 right there. This kind of looks like maybe yeah. Getting pretty close to that 618 fib at 108.51. If it gets to that level, you would expect to see that hold of support if the run is going to continue. But let's see if VWAP holds. If you're still in Expedia, that's what I would be looking for, is this 106.50, call it. Or sorry, 108.50, not 106, 108.50. Wonder how long Cat is going to hold on up here. Disney 146.85. Down quite a ways off its 151-ish highs. Peloton 34.60. Amazon 17.56. Back down here in this area that was support. If this thing turns over right here, look for 17.52, 17.53-ish. And Shop 379.59. If Shop gets back down here or intersects with VWAP, I might look to enter there. Not I might, I will look to see what makes sense. See what those 400s they bought cost. Okta CEO is about to be on CNBC, and Siski says Qualcomm is going to 86. And Apple continuing at the moment, continuing this this move lower. I don't think we've really seen any flow in that. And Big pulled right back to VWAP. See what it does. I mean, this isn't. Let's see what this move lines up with on Big. Pretty close to the 618, which is 26.39. Also happens to be VWAP right there. I think this isn't a horrible place to take a shot at Big if you didn't play it the first time. You can play it using that 618 extension as support. And the big 26s for this week. There are no 26s. The 25s are $2. Carry about 40 cents a premium on those. Not too bad. The 2750s are 50 by 60. I don't like those as much because if it pulls back a little bit, those 25s aren't going to get hit too hard, but the 2650s or the 2750s will. Those would take a pretty big hit. Now ammo's dropping a little bit. Microsoft little bounce. DM little pullback. Twilio still currently above the 34. And we'll see what KHC does. See if 3205 can hold. Like I said, if it does come back to this trend line just under 32, that's a good place to watch and see if that shorter term trend is going to continue, if that'll hold. All right. And I'm going to have to step away for a minute. I got something I got to take care of. Quick phone call I got to make. But I will be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Or less. Probably less, but I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. What'd I miss? Any big headlines? Bobby, what's up? What's happening? Happy Monday, Bobby. And now Emo's popping. Microsoft had a nice run this morning, but has pulled back and doing what Microsoft does. I played this THO. I'm out of the majority of it. It was a small position. It's right down here at support. Had a nice pop this morning up to 70, and now it's just a piece of shit. It is at a level of longer term support, so I'm going to give it a little room with what I have left. I am currently in ZM Commons with a stop at 65.90. Got out of some big. You could play this big, I think, still right in here. It looks good. And KHC. I picked up some commons in KHC. And I'm looking at the 20, let's see, what was that? That was the 3250s out to KHC 3250s out to February are $2. Thoughts on Beyond? It's a piece of shit. That's way overpriced. That's what I think. Beyond is one that I can't, you can't really, the chart doesn't make a lot of sense, nor does the valuation. Last time I looked at it, it was down around 74. I think it still has some room to drop.
If they see the other securities moving against you, let's say Roku doesn't move, but the other securities start moving against you, creating a bigger margin call, they could go in and take action.
You're out, Roku. It already filled.
Okay, looks like it already filled, so should be good.
Yeah, I know it was close.
Okay. Okay. All right. Really appreciate it, Skylar. Okay.
Yeah, it did fill. Now keep in mind it's still in a small margin call, but definitely not as big as it was originally.
Just tell
You
them
still have
to clean
about
it
an $8,500 Fed call in the account, so you still want to monitor that.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Your time. Any questions you have for me while I still have you?
No, I think that's it.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Kelly.
Thanks. Bye.
Let's see. Bobby, I'm in Commons on KHC in a longer term account just because of where it is on the chart. It does have a gap to fill. They've already reported earnings. They reported decent. It doesn't move real fast. I don't think you can get real hurt on it. But yeah, I'm looking, and not to hedge, I'm looking at picking up some calls out to February, so 3250s for $2 on that one. I like the setup. I like where it's at on the chart. Let's see. Yeah, baby bounce. Sorry, I can't really help you with Beyond because that thing just doesn't make any sense at all where it's at. I don't play it. I played it a few times when it was making those really big moves, both up and down. But I don't mess with it now. if it wasn't so expensive, you know, I think at least for the next 12 months, it's a short. But yeah, I don't mess with it. And you said double top on UPS. And thoughts on Goose? My wife lives by their products. Who, Beyond? Or KHC? I'm guessing you're talking about KHC. I hope. Yeah, but Mr. Meow, there's better products from what I've read. There are better products on the market. And yeah, they've got a big buzz right now. It's just not, and maybe it's just because I like animals. I like to eat animals. Bobby, no. But when I read about, you know, like the Impossible Burger or whatever, and the way that theirs are put together and how it's different, you know, like it sounds like the Beyond patties are high in sodium, aren't that great for you. It's like, it seems like people are eating fake shit that's worse for you just so they don't have to eat animals. I don't know. It's just not my thing. Rigu told me you made a nice... ZM's been nice. Yeah. ZM's been nice. I don't know what he played specifically today, but... Bobby, I don't know. I don't know. I don't, you know... For me, it's not... It's just... It's not for me. It's not for me. So I don't mess with it. I specifically don't trade it because, you know, that hype that went on, that, you know, I think it was kind of shady what they did with the lockup period. And it just seems like there's, you know, the hype is gone, and it seems like maybe there's some better options, some better products out there. And yeah, you know, being first to market gets you somewhere, but it will only keep you there for so long. Yeah, they might. But is it worth $70 some a share? I don't think so. At least not right now. Company said it's all positive news. I mean, maybe eventually it's worth that, but it doesn't seem like it is right now. Mr. Meow, I don't really play earnings. I don't, every now and then I'll throw something out there if I really like it, but I typically just wait until after the earnings come out. And if anything, I'll play commons after hours. I do that quite a bit. Are you still in Marvel? I think I got stopped out of my commons. Let's see. I mean, pretty much anything I do in common shares, I set a stop, and I want to say I got stopped out of that one. Let me see if I have any contracts left on Marvel. I don't think so. Let's see. Oh, I have... Yes, I do, but they ain't worth shit. How about that? I have one contract left. And it's a $30 call to February 20th, and it's worth $7. And that's all I got. I like Marvel long term, especially, as a 5G play, but that one could take a while, especially with all the back and forth tariff bullshit, because they're impacted by that. They get hit every time. So who was asking about Goose? Goos. Yes, Bobby. I have my defaults set the way that I like it, at least for now on the fibs. But yeah, I reduced the shading effect quite a bit. In fact, I almost entirely. But yeah, I was aware. This Goose, which is another one that I don't really know anything about, is at the 21 EMA on the daily, pretty close to it. What's that at? 38.20. We're at 38.50, so it's only 30 cents off that. But this area on Goose, price range right in here, has been a lot of back and forth. I like it better if it breaks out, above, say, 39, I don't know, call it 39.50 for a potential move up. Doesn't look horrible, but you got these 3 red candles on the daily, still don't trump this large green candle on the 4th. But yeah, it's kind of right in here in this where there's been a lot of chop. So without some conviction either direction, I won't play it. And look at this. MO gets that news, takes a little pullback, and now it's looking for high a day. Like I said, I don't short it. I did hear them say that they followed GLW. And Twilio still coming down. Zoom also pulling back here. And I'm sure I got stopped out there. 65.90 on those commons. That was about half my position. Close out for a profit there. If it does, pull back some more, I may look to re-enter. And player again. We're back up at 66. If we get somewhere near that 65.78 or so, I may look to re-enter. And this big, right here off VWAP and the 200 has continued its way up, since then. Nicely. PNW doing 225.62. And blue is now back above 76. Let's go look at that chart. Big looks pretty nice right there though. And Peloton 34.55. I need to go take a look at that one. See what Peloton looks like today. Not half bad. Overview app. Also over the 200 MA. Let's get back on those Pelotons. Yeah, Mr. Meow Bluebird, watching it. J-Man, probably not. I don't know. You got to be careful. Look at the historical yield. You are big dick deep in blue calls. The only thing, so I like blue. The only thing is, I mean, their price targets are way above where they're at right now. I did see the news. But there was a headline that came out. There was an analyst this morning that said that their flagship drug, I guess, is seeing quite a bit of competition. So just something to be aware of, be careful with, but definitely interesting. So manipulated. I mean, I don't follow it, so I don't really know anything about it, but I did see that headline this morning. Anki, what's up? You're also playing PTI. That's the $3 one, right? If I remember right. I'm here every day, Mr. Meow. Doing this every day. Nice pop on HD there. Good to hear. So SPY now 314.36. So we're not really, any of your stuff that you're playing long, you're not really getting any help from SPY right now. And MO is popping. It doesn't give a shit. And Big had a nice bounce there, and now kind of sad face, pull back again. Right there at 786 extension. So this level, right in here. Bobby, I'm hearing them talk or I heard you talk about it. I haven't really looked at CMG that close. But I certainly can. That's another one that can definitely move. Not at a horrible spot, Bobby. Up here, 822. Thing is, CMG has room up to about 855. Down, I got 8. You know, this range in here. Above the 200 on the 5 minute. What else can we find? That's a 4-hour chart. Kind of double top there, huh? Maybe. Or I think I'd be, let's pull this up on a 30 minute. I mean, right now, you've got this, it's consolidating at the moment, like 820, 72 up to about 828 or 825, you know, if you don't count that wick. So right now, this is at this from the end of November here is currently acting as support. I think it's, you know, I think it's tough to short right here. You know, it made it, this was an area of consolidation here. That's on the 30-minute chart. Like, let's look at this on a longer term. That's 4 hour. Let's go to like a weekly chart. Let's see what it looks like. So on the weekly, you know, you had this pullback in through the 34, you know, or near it. None of these are ever perfect, but, you know, through the 34 before making its way back up through the 21 EMA on the weekly chart. And coming into this, you know, this is it's been in this price channel since August. You know, so there's going to be, I would expect quite a bit of back and forth that occurs in here. This weekly candle would make me think that, you know, the price is going to push higher, at least, you know, here on the weekly chart. But let's look at a daily. Yeah, perhaps. I don't know, without some real selling pressure here to drive this under about 820 and beyond, that's where I'd be looking, you know, at if you were going to try to short it intraday or short term, you know, that's what I would be looking at, because this does not look like it's, I see the resistance that you're seeing, but you know, what's the catalyst? Is there a catalyst that's going to drive this lower? Because right now you have the 21 EMA has made its way through all the other moving averages here on the daily chart, you know, which to me looks like it's set up, potentially to go higher if you were looking to swing it. I see this like double top here on the 30-minute, but it's only a double top until it's not, until it breaks through that. If I look at the fibs on this move, they don't. Oh, well, yeah, you got the 786 extension right here at 804 that it has bounced off. So you can see this move with some strength came back down, tested the 786, and has started to make its way back up. What are you seeing in that makes it look like it's ready for a short? What am I missing here, Bobby? What are you seeing that makes it look like a short? I mean, I get you. Like, if it does break down here, you can get a $7 or $8 move pretty quick. It's green on the day, but just barely. If you look at the 5-minute, the indicators kind of pointing down, but really kind of flat. And you got the 200 MA right here on the 5-minute just underneath. To me, it looks like a bit of a gamble. I understand the, Pistol Pete mentality of just playing the chart. And if I'm playing the chart on CMG, it has not shown yet, I don't think, the signs that it's ready to come back down. In the grand scheme of things, this was a bounce off the 200 MA on the daily. Yeah, I'm not sure that it's ready to short. For me, anyway. I mean, the last time it dropped under 800, it took a $60, $70 drop. That's probably where I would, if I was going to short it, without flow or news, I would probably be looking under 800 potentially as the first point, or up near like 847. Otherwise, you're just in the middle of this range, and you've got no conviction or reasoning, in my opinion, either direction. You could expect $20 in either direction chopping here, and you can certainly play that type of momentum intraday if you get it. But to me, this just looks like Chop City for a while until it makes a clear break. Yeah, 800, I think, is the magic number if you're trying to play downside. And I get that that's $22 away, but like I said, last time it broke 800 was not that long ago. Last month. And that took it to 730. Yeah, Mr. Meow. And MO should be dropping just because of news. And it's not dropping. Nice bounce on Apple there. ZM now working its way back to the upside. PanW doing what PanW's been doing. Little run. Big pullback. Again, PNW right here around this 225 has been support. At least, you know, in the short term has been support. This was the PNW earnings drop. Which so far has rejected 618 extension almost perfectly, which is 230 and 24 cents, or in that area. So it's been stuck between the 786 and the 618 here, bouncing back and forth somewhat. 786 hasn't been, it's only hit that once on the way back up. But you got the 618 at 230.24 acting as resistance. If we flip the fibs and go the other way to map out what it's done since the drop, you've got this like triple top up here right at 230-ish. And the same, now it's 618 on the other side. Rejecting currently this 786 at 237.34. It's rejected that. See if it can double bottom around 225. But there's also support here, 225.61 right in here. So keep an eye and see what it does in that area. Thanks for the follow, Zenda. Welcome. I don't think I've seen you on the channel yet. And big back at VWAP. And ZM now 66.40. All right, I gotta go. I think I just got a delivery. Go grab that before somebody takes it off my porch. Okay, Alexa, you can be quiet. Alexa, cancel. ILMN. Let's see what we see here. Who was asking? Oh, Chesta. ILMN. Has a bit of a gap. It did kind of fill on that wick there. So I don't know how much of that gap is actually a true gap still. CMG climbing. So ILMN since, let's see, where are we at? We're at 269. $326. This must be a pretty low float to move like this, the way that it's been moving, I would guess. There's 342, some resistance there. Support down at 293.20. This is on a 4-hour chart. This area right in here between 300 and 327, pretty important. It's about to break through that. This resistance here up at 346, but you've got right here around 327.04, you can see where it's hit that a few times and rejected. Right there. Now, if we draw Let's look at that high to that low and see if anything lines up. Well, the 382 extension is at 334.69. Don't know how meaningful or impactful that's going to be. But if there was going to be heavy resistance, that's probably where I'd be looking first after this drop, because that's the 382. That would be a 382 retracement off that drop. Quite a bit of support down there, like 292 to 299. Now, if we look at, that's on a 15-minute. Get rid of these for a second. On the daily, actually, let's look at the weekly for ILM. What do we see? When did this thing come out? All right, it's been around for a while. I mean, the heaviest, most important areas are going to be on the weekly. So you can see kind of right up in here. Change direction sharply when it hit that. This thing moves, you know, the moves are not super predictable. So not something that I would be, you know, swinging or anything like that. But you can see kind of that area where it's trying to break out of right now, which we called out on the shorter time frame. But yeah, you can see 327 being an area where if it breaks out, then, you know, but there's just a lot of back and forth here. You know, this kind of being the next price channel. You know, if it does get up into this, the upper half of this, you can see all the, you know, contention there, all the areas where it's, you know, made some pretty big moves. Top up there being 339. So without news or a catalyst or something like that, I don't love it. And more so just because, you know, this is really just, it's only been up this high since what, June 2018 or so. Big swings, big moves that this thing can make. Looks a little risky for me, but, you know, maybe with a catalyst, go back down to a 1 hour. If you're trying to play it intraday, yeah, I can't play this. Maybe you get a little breakout here above 327 and it goes and tries to touch 337. I mean, that's a $10 move that it could make in here. And then if it clears that, you know, shoot, there's a lot of upside there. But Mr. Meow, CMG, thank you. We'll see what happens. ZM finding support in here at the moment. So far, big holding VWAP. And Neo looking at UNG. April calls. I'll go take a look at that in just a second. So Apple and a lot of 262.50s. Lots for this week. Oh, that's not all Apple. I'm looking at a screenshot. Let's look at UNG. Okay. I don't play gas and I don't play, this is not, I do not know this ticker. It might be at a 20-year low. The only thing I can say is Pete says buy energy right now. He likes that sector, oil and gas. Just not really in my wheelhouse. I don't know what's going to make it move and that sort of thing, so I won't mess with it, but Tesla, very good double buy. Anki, do you play Tesla? That doesn't strike me as something that you play. I mean, I don't play a ton of Tesla, but you seem to be a little more conservative. I wouldn't, So, not that I don't think you can play it. I think you know what the hell you're doing. Doesn't seem like a ticker that I would expect to have you call out. No, I don't typically play ER. Yeah, see if that ILM if you like it, see if you can get it above 328 and then, or even if it breaks this little, I'm not going to play it, not to say it could just rip, from here and I won't be in it. And that's fine. But 327.72-ish, that was, what was high day? 327.79. Let it break high a day and then, use this area right in here. I would use 327 as the cut line. If it gets, if it keeps going, great. If it comes back down, you might have to give it to VWAP. And that's all the way down at 326. But, maybe use 327 as your cut line. Right now, it's getting a nice little pop. I would let it make whatever run it's going to run, or whatever it's going to do. I would let it do right here. And then wait for it to pull back again. Let it pop, let it pull back, show you that it's going to hold, and then you could give it a shot on a pullback. Okay. I don't play Tesla often. Every now and then I'll play it, but it's another one that those tickers are fun, the ones that move, and you typically you're protecting yourself somehow. But some of those, you get in a long position and they drop some headline, can just completely obliterate your position if you're not playing it really close. And so I don't love it. I love selling longer term 50 strike puts on it. Got burned every time I played Tesla this year. I've done well on it, but I typically only play it if there's something that's, some sort of headline or something that's really pushing the momentum and driving it. And even then, I don't stay in it very long. I don't trust it. That's ATVI is one I wanted to look at today. I was looking at it over the weekend. I still like it long term, but wanted to see what it was going to do today, and it looks like a little ugly. See if it can find support right in there, if that's going to hold or not. Really need, ATVI to break above about 57 and change to have a chance at making a decent move. Right now it's moving down. But oh, you're selling $50 puts on Tesla out to January 2021. Gotcha. January 2021. I don't show. I'm not even seeing a January 2021 expiration on Tesla. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, I think I had deselected it. Let me see. Yeah, it wasn't. And then to get to those, I have to go all strikes. Let's see, the $50 puts, those are $1. Wow. Wow. I'm kind of surprised, honestly. Yeah. It's interesting. Certainly. A lot of open interest on those. Maybe people are worried about Tesla going bankrupt by 2021. Shop had that pullback. Now pop in a little higher, 377. And Disney not finding any love at all. And now Roku 145.50. Cat Twilio. I don't see how Apple's gonna go bankrupt. I do get it, Mr. Meow. I do get it. That was a sad joke, but we'll go with it. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with you on that one. To bet on Apple going bankrupt before Tesla? If I had to throw those two names out there and say which one do you think has a better chance of going bankrupt, I don't think I'd pick Apple, even though I hate their stuff. I'm not an Apple fan, but I don't see them going bankrupt, that's for sure. ILMN 327.60 looking to break that. Oh, it might get over high day. Everyone where you lit. Yeah, but they're still not making any money. I mean, barely. And you're like Apple has made it through a lot of competition. Tesla, the competition is just getting there. You know, the competition was behind, but I think the competition is going to continue to ramp up. I don't know. And there, you know, Musk is a madman. You never know what is going to happen. And I do have a resource who has done thousands of hours of research into Tesla's numbers and their operating expenses and all of that kind of stuff. Like, he knows more about their financials than anyone else that I know, and understand that what they put out may not be exactly the whole story. And he seems to think that their story doesn't hold any water, and eventually when the holes start getting poked in that story, that Tesla is going to suffer. He can try not to let it fall, but if you remember less than a year ago, it almost did. I'm not saying it will. Like, I don't really think they're going anywhere. I don't know that the stock price reflects where it should be. I think it's another. I know it's another cult stock. You know, the fanboys in Tesla are real. The force is real in that one. But I can't imagine why you would think that Apple will go bankrupt before Tesla. Oh yeah, totally. Titletown Matt, I mean, when he gets told he's not allowed to post on Twitter, and then he like posts a smiley face that gets, I don't know, 100,000 likes and the stock goes up $15. Like, come on. There's also a lot of people, and I think Elon's smart, but there's a lot of people that think that he's like super genius, and then there's an entire other side, other camp that are like, yeah, he's faking a lot of it. Like, it's bullshit. And I don't know. I honestly don't know. But I think it would be silly to think that Apple's going to go bankrupt first. Elon puts his pants on one leg at a time. He doesn't have a machine that does it for him. I don't know. I watched his that thing that he did with Joe Rogan, that interview, a couple of his interviews. I actually find the guy entertaining. Some of the shit that he says is just crazy. But I like listening to him. Now your ILMN go for. Oh, it did break high a day, 327.82. I don't know what those contracts cost to play. I've never played it, but at least it did break high a day. briefly. Now you might get a little pullback on CMG, Bobby. If I was gonna try it, I'm not shorting it, but if I was gonna try it, I would rather try it up here than where it was. Ideally, up or over 325, because it's done this zigzag back and forth. But I'd be more inclined to try it here if I was to try it. I'm not shorting it because I kind of feel like you're going against the trend a bit. And you slightly higher lows, not by much, but almost triple bottom there. But I'd rather see you try it there than where it was. Let's see, Peloton. Someone said Peloton broke channel. Yeah, and man, Peloton's another one that can move so fast because it's low float. A lot of shorts piled on that thing. Yeah, big looks good. So, you take these, the channels, I take them with a grain of salt. You could say it broke out of that channel. Amazon and Bob are both dropping along with SPY. Let's see. Bobby, what does it look like? I always draw parallels, or like you see that channel, then extend the parallel line out and see what that looks like and how that's lining up. Maybe you gotta just wait and kind of see what it does here. But the other thing to look at, that's the 1272. It made it almost the 1618 extension before pulling back. And now you'd expect a little bit of resistance here at the 1272. You want to see that, if the bull run is going to continue, it's got to get through that 1272. If you draw it from this impulse low, call this the high, then it's sitting on top of the 786. And that does line up well with where you've seen price action and change in direction and that sort of thing. But you got the 1618 at 3126. And the 786 looks like 70 or 3378-ish. So those are some areas that I would be keeping an eye on here on Peloton if you're playing it or looking to play it. But yeah, wait and see what she does. On the 1 minute, it looks like she's pulling back here. Looks a little weak. But, definitely support you would expect down here at 3120. This 3332 area that was resistance. Maybe it comes back to test that. But right now, it's not even below the 786 extension. So that would be the first area that I watch. SPY low a day. Do I know why Ulta is down? No, I don't. You're Steve Jobs, I don't think. Oh, plays that big of a role there. They got plenty of other people that, they'll find somebody else to innovate. Trust me, like I said, I don't even like Apple products. I'm not an Apple fan, but I don't foresee they're too big of a force at this point, and there's too many people that will buy every damn iPhone, even if it's the same iPhone and it hasn't changed a bit. They'll go out and buy the newest version. They'll buy the AirPods. They'll buy the MacBooks. They'll buy all of it, even if I think it's overpriced. Let's see what Blue does here at VWAP. Entitled down. I don't honestly think Apple does anything all that innovative, in my opinion. And I don't think they're like changing the game right now. But it doesn't matter what I think. Let's see. What else were we looking at? Let's see. Ulta. I haven't looked at Ulta today. But, they put out moderately better numbers than, I think they missed, but it seems like the numbers weren't maybe as bad as what people were thinking they were gonna be. So it got this big pop. Maybe it was too much too fast. And you can see this previous resistance is about where it stopped. That was that little run that we made at the beginning of October into the 260s. Kind of hit that same area before rejecting and pulling back. So if I had to, look at, okay, well, why is it down today? Well, maybe it's because it came up and hit that same level of resistance. Some profit taking up there. There's a lot of people that were buying this in like right around 225. So that's 233. There's a lot of people that have been saying, like, if it goes back to the 220s, I'm buying it again because that has held for support. Maybe some profit taking up in here. A few people that bought in here, and this is what creates support and resistance. You get this move. It took this big drop, right? And there's some people buying it up in here around 220. Comes up. Anyone that bought up here in the 260s, thinking that it's going to continue and go, I mean, how many times do people go, oh, we're in the gap. We're going to go fill that gap. Maybe, right? But what happens if it doesn't? Then anyone that bought in here is stuck holding. And so when it comes all the way back down to 225, those are the people that are like, God, if this thing ever goes back to where I bought it, like that was a bad decision. I should not have bought it up here. I should have waited. And if it gets back up there and I can break even, fuck it, I'm out. And that's what happens. I don't think it's on, I didn't see any news other than, what we've been hearing. I don't think I saw anything new. More of the same, like, yeah, there's headwinds in the makeup business. I mean, long term, I think Ulta's probably going to be fine. Most of the women that I talk to are like, yeah, I'm not going to order makeup online. It's something that I want to go to the store. I want to put some on my face and see, but I don't know. So Bobby, there you go. Like, CMG did exactly what it was supposed to do right there, but it's just bouncing back and forth in this channel for now. Twilio continuing the retreat. Zoom starting to look weak. I know SPY is dropping. Yes, it is. 313.96. Continuing to pull back. Anki, no problem. Yeah, UVXY is popping right there. All right, I got to go get that package off the porch. I'll be right back. Yura, I am not in Roku. Expedia still at that turtle line. It has not been able to break. Shop 375. Leo and Piton 34.47. Amazon now getting a little bounce. Disney continuing to the downside. Disney does not look happy today. Oh, and Roku 144.80. I don't know what ZM's gonna do right here. ZM really needs to hold this 65.83-ish, or it ain't gonna look good short term. BIG still looking pretty good. How about PNW? Coming up on potential resistance, 226.18-ish, up to about 226.75. Support 225.25. See what it does. How about, oh, there's a little pop on CMG, to be expected where it was at. And how about blue? Well, blue maybe wants to get back above VWAP. Holding the 34 at the moment. Oh, no. Let's see. That was a pretty serious rejection right there. Around 77.61. 77.68, right in there. Above that, could get above 78 or so, 78.15. Could get interesting. Another dollar. And I got a different stand for this drawing tablet thing. Let's see how this one works. Oh, I can actually see that. That is way better. All right, move my charts down there and see if that's gonna work. Oh, that is much better. Much better. Take BS, put it back where I had it. Ooh. That's fun. Okay, monitor left. Get rid of that. There we go. Yeah, I like that. Macy's shakes off the Goldman Bears. Another little pop on Peloton here. That's 786 at 33.78. And Ulta, if Ulta gives this up, this 253-ish, 252, it could get, short term, could get ugly for Ulta. Alta's looking a little shaky there. Little weak in the knees. It's right at the 200 MA. The indicators are pointing down. Alert on AAL. I'll have to go look at that in a second. Let's see what we got on Alta. We're at 253.11 on Alta. The December 13, those are still kind of expensive. I'd be probably playing like the 247.50s or 210 by 230. But yeah, it's looking like right now Alta's looking like it wants to take a drop. Bring that up on Discord. Anybody looking at Alta? It's at an interesting spot here. Potentially, it looks to me like it may want to take a drop. But it's also just it's right at or just under the 200 on the 1 minute. Am I looking at the? Oh, this is a 5 minute. Sorry, I'm looking at a 5 minute chart. Yeah, under the 2. Mm-hmm. Yup. Quite a bit of volume on the 250s, the Alta 250s. Let's see what she does. If we're gonna get more downside, or if this is gonna hold as support. And the 5 minute was looking like, is she gonna drop? But I'm not in Alta, Bobby. Not yet. I've got an order pulled up. I mean, this has held as support in here a few times. So I ain't doing it yet. But to me, it looks like it wants to, based on the indicators, it looks like it wants to drift further down on the 5 minute. They're blocking the letters on the top. Right, block. Oh, you're talking about the chat messages. Yeah, let me fix that. There you go. That left chart is the left chart is that THO. But if Alta doesn't get a bounce right here, it looks like more downside is in store. Yeah, right now that 253 has held. But if this drops below that, especially if it gets under like this 252 where that bottom wick is, you know, right in here, 252.65, like I'll short it at that point and see if it's going to continue its way, you know, through this gap. I have too many damn fibs in here now, but it's under that 618 extension. If I draw it like that, what happens if we move this down? Then it's still slightly under the 618 extension. So there's some resistance potentially there. But yeah, I mean, I see it holding this support at the moment. So I'm going to give it a little bit more time. On the 5-minute here, all the indicators are pointing down. And, you know, looking like I might get some more downside here. But it's got to break this 253.15 down to about 253.06. That's got to break. In fact, I'm going to add an alert. If we can get, let's say 253.06, I'll go back and look at it. If that breaks to the downside, I'll want to watch it. See what it looks like it's going to do for a potential short. And I did not go back and look at AAL. Zoom, are you going to hold or not? CMG just continuing to range in that channel there. Tell you, if this thing breaks out above that 826 or so, might be interesting for a long. Short, still got to get, now it's got to go make some lower low here. You know, breaking down under 820 might make it interesting. Twilio, Pan W. Peloton now 30, almost 35. And Roku. This 143 to 145 has been pretty strong on Roku. And that's what it's got to get through before Roku's going to break down at all. So Roku or Big on the weekly rejected right at that 55 or close to it. 55 EMA. Shop. And Disney now getting a little bounce finally, finding some support. Maybe the selling pressure is will subside there. Cat 142.50. Need to go back and look at Cat again. Roku's got to get down here under 143.81, at least short term. Roku getting pushed down there. Now this could be, it could consolidate in here. Between 150 and about 138. I mean, it's a decent sized range, but you know, I think that's what you're messing with. That's what you have to contend with on Roku. Right in there. Oh, wait, I gotta do something.
Okay, come on. Is that the best you got?
I covered a few. The whole reason I got this silly thing, see if this works. Oops. So I could hopefully take some notes on some of these. We'll see. The jury's still out. Okay, now blue at the moment is rejecting VWAP there. Pull this up. See what the indicators look like. Mostly flat. Some volume in here though at this level. You know, compared to what was going on up in here pre-market and at the open. Definitely some more volume. Ulta kind of flattening out here on the 5-minute. So it'll be interesting what it does next. Just continue to watch it, see if it can break. Which way it's going to break here. There's a little pop on CMG. It's a nice pop. Nice pop with a little bit of volume too on CMG. Coming up here, potential double top, 826.20. But if it breaks, then you're looking at 827.90 as the next potential resistance. Right now, it's looking like upside. It's looking like the thing wants to pop. But it may not. It may just, you know, same area. God, those are expensive. There's the CMG pop. The 830s are 580. That would probably be the most interesting to play long, but it's still, you know, it's still CMG. It might eat a burrito and then poop itself and tank. Who knows? But this is a nice move right here. And a couple of higher lows that it put in right there. Right now, seeing some buy pressure. Roku, what are you gonna do? Bobby, no, I'm not in CMG. I'm not. I don't know if I'm gonna play it today, but you know, it to me it's looking like it wants to pop here. It's set up for it, certainly. Set up like it wants to go on a run. But I am not in it. Watching Zoom look weak. KHC back to VWAP. 27. I think there's probably some YOLOing going on both sides of PCG because everything that you read, they're either going to 0 or they're going to double from here. It's like, roll the dice. $827.17. Yep. And Bobby, I'm not convinced yet that CMG is going to break out of this. You know, it looks like it wants to. It looks like it wants to pop. But I'm just not convinced yet that it's going to get out of this. Now, if it gets out of that, and you get like a pullback to test that as support, maybe it's interesting. You know, we know this thing could move. Pretty big cup, sort of, here on 2 hour. Nice pop on Expedia. 109.25 now. Very nice. Where are we at on those Expedias? Those should be up really nice now. Expedia, they haven't moved a ton, surprisingly. The 110s, they're up about 25%. They haven't moved much yet. They should start seeing some juice. So ZM did break its turtle line, which is nice. All right, Alta so far holding. Now kind of turning, curling up. We'll see. But I did want to go look at Expedia. See if there's another play, because it did break that turtle line there that we were waiting for. That 109.30 I have as the 1272. If that breaks, we could get a nice run. It's up, what, $2, $1.80 today? And there's a pop over that. Let's see if it holds. We might get a little run here out of Expedia. 109.36. And they're still not bad. I mean, the 110s that I bought, those December 20th 110s, are $1.70. But I would, you could scalp something closer, you know, this week. You get the 110s for $1. I like the 108s better at $2. Or even the 109s at $1.50. Bobby, yes. I am. Give me a second on AAL. I did have an alert, I think, go off on AAL, and I looked at it and it had kind of bounced. Yeah, Expedia looks like it's gonna go. I think I might try. I don't know. I still like the. Still kind of like the 110s for next week, but they just haven't moved much yet. I mean, they're up about 30% now. The 110s for this week are $1 by $1.10. And I think that's kind of a stretch. I want to see it get through this. Let's look at a 1 minute. Get through that 109, what was that, 109.30 or so? Yeah, 109.30. Get through that, come back, use that as support. See if this is going to continue this push. It looks like it, but I think you could give it a shot without getting hurt on it. I mean, maybe it comes back to test the 34. She line. I have a line in. Oh, your oh shit line is at $26.99. Expedia. I don't really see any call flow. Interesting. Yeah, give me a second and I'll pull up the AAL chart again. I want to see what Expedia is going to do right here. It broke the turtle line with, some volume. And now well above it. I want to see if it's going to pull back and hold that 109.30 as support. Or if this is going to be the end. What time is it? We only got about an hour left. And those are going to take a hit overnight, the weekly 110s, if this doesn't close over like 109.60. My only concern, I might wait until tomorrow, but it did get through that turtle line, which I like. I'll tell you what, I'll take a small position here in the 110s for this week using that 109.30-ish. And if this thing continues, those should move. Let's see what happens. You like turtles? I like turtles. I like when stocks break them, when they break the turtle lines. I like that. But it's got to break it and hold. If it just breaks it and then it comes all the way back down to the 34, then it's going to be a minute, which it might do. Then it's going to be a few minutes before it goes back and tests it again. But it doesn't look horrible. And blue just crossed VWAP on the 1 minute. I mean, it's messing with it right now, but it did get through it. It's holding the 34. All right, Expedia, let's go on a little run. Would be sweet. Hey, Charlie. You there? Probably. We know he uses one device for absolutely everything, so. I was just going to let him know that we were watching Expedia with that turtle line, and it did finally break that turtle line and then got a really nice pop. And now I have it sitting right on top of the 382 extension. Looking like it might make a little run. Mr. Meow, what are you doing on BMY? Oh, let's go back and look at BMY. Give me just a second. Still looking at blue. Ah, thank you. BMY is, yeah, looking really good. The 61.33 turtle line popped above that, didn't it? What was the pre-market high? All the way up here at 61.57. And I am already in BMY. So if you're asking me what I'm doing on BMY, I'm already in. I bought this week's $60 calls at $1.43 a while back. They're showing 155 by 161. Call me Mr. Meow. I'm at Blue Commons. So I'm already in some blue. But I got in Blue Commons. I flipped it a few times Friday after the bell when they got that news. I posted that on StockTwits. I probably had 6 trades in it. Did pretty good on it too. Yeah, blue was nice. Let's see. Bobby, are you asking? I'm not sure what you're asking. I have BMY. I have this week's $60 calls that I paid $143 for. Let's see if Expedia. Come on, baby. Let's do it. That was this morning, Bobby. I got that this morning. So CMG made it to 827. Now I'm pulling back a little bit. Bobby, those are the $60 calls for this week. So those 110 Expedias, if you got in those with me, they're up about 33%. They're just not, I'm surprised they're not moving faster. They're really not moving fast. Kind of crazy. And the 110s I just bought for this week are up a whopping 2%. Yeah, BMY looks good. Tell you, BMY can keep pushing up. I mean, there is a lot of room here. Not a lot, but there is enough room here to you know, make some money on it. It's gonna go break that pre-market high, or at least, you know, try to get up there, 61.57-ish. All right, now blue still above the 34. It's still messing with VWAP. It's got to get above VWAP right there. But that thing can make a run too. We know it can move when it decides to take off. There was a call sweep came in on the January Expedia 110s, which I'm in December. Yeah, Bobby, that was on the January 110s. And I have December, and I have this week. And Chipotle still looking like it wants to run here on the 5-minute. Roku turning around potentially. God, that Chipotle, expensive to play. Now, Chipotle, you can buy something out of the money for sure, and it'll maintain some juice today, but you'd want to be out of it today if you go out of the money. Because overnight, unless it gaps up, you know, they're going to take a big hit. No, I don't. But that's funny, Nathan. I might have to try to get that one from her. Let's see. Is AbbVie in a buy zone? Give me a second. Look at this pop on BMY. Okay, then you do it. No, I don't think I can do that one. Did anybody else's charts just freeze? I don't know. My charts just seem like they all just look like they're frozen right now. I don't know. Roku coming back off the bottom. I mean, AbbVie, I think, you know, down here, you see this like double bottom here. This is the consolidation area down to about 85.50. You know, that's a better buy zone. That's a better area to look at if it gets there. Right now, it's flagging, right? This looks like this looks very bullish to me. You know, it's used that 85.50-ish twice for support. If it makes it back down there, I'd say yeah. And if it does, I'll pick up some more. Shorter term, that's 1 hour chart. You know, if you go look at like a 30-minute, same story. Yeah, I think, you know, it's a similar scenario to some of the others where it's, you know, it's right now it's in this pattern, this back and forth right here, but it's tightening up, I think. To me, it looks like, you know, it may be setting up before the next leg up, and we expected to have some, you know, we expected to have some resistance in here in this mess. You know, when you see this like clump, you know, right in here, you expect to see some resistance in that area on the way up, and we certainly are seeing that. So, but it's got to get through all that. That's, you know, there's a lot of shit for it to get through. Okay, Ulta, come on, where'd my mouse go? Okay, there it is. Go back and take a peek at Ulta. Yeah, Ulta got that little bounce there and couldn't do anything with it. You know, I think the potential for Ulta here is to give back some of this pop, but Yeah, I probably won't mess with it. I think you do have, some room, a $5 move down just to get to that 382 extension here. This is on a 4-hour chart is where I drew this, but, Now, when it gets down to 248.30, it's going to look a lot more interesting as to which direction it's going to go, but let's see, damn near low a day. Under the 9 EMA. Not to say it'll stay there, but it is looking weak at the moment. Maybe this 250, 258. Let's see. 253.23 is where we're at now. Maybe interesting if it breaks under 253 and picks up some momentum. Some continued downside. Are you playing fake Sims? Mattercod? No. Nope. I don't know where you came from, but you can ask the people in the room here. Some of them have been with us for a while. Definitely. Oh, look at that pop on BMY now. This is what we were looking for, was that break over that pre-market high. BMY looks really nice. So those $60 calls, I think, are going to work out really nicely. They're up about 20% at the moment. Let's see what else we got here. Zoom 65.75 currently. And Expedia hadn't moved anymore yet. At least those calls haven't. Although the ones out to December did a little bit, but this week's did not. Thanks, Mr. Meow. But no, I'm not. This is what I do for a living. Mattercod. This is all I do. I'm here every day. Look at this CMG pop now. Almost 828. Oh, Bobby, I'm glad you didn't short that. Now we got Peloton putting in a little bit of a turtle line here, just under 35, like 34.85-ish. And it might still work out, Bobby, but, at least you're not short right now and red on your contracts, right? Big drop on Expedia. Thank you. Let's go back and look at that. Yeah. It did break through. That 382. See if it can hold that 34. Otherwise, 109.09-ish. Potentially. What's SPY doing? So our drop doesn't have anything to do with, it looks like, the rest of the market. Twilio getting a little bit of a pop here, but overall weak at the moment. Shop pulling back a little bit. PB, yeah, I can look at Apple. And I do have an Apple chart that I put together earlier this morning because it was requested a couple times. But yeah, we could take a look at it. Man, Alta is like teetering right now. It's at a very key point key area. Let's see. So Apple did bounce, but yeah, so I mean, Apple is still like, you know, this is on a 30-minute chart right here, but this like 260-ish up to about 268 that it's been bouncing back and forth, you know, it dropped out of that to 256, and when it did, boom, right back in. Bounced off the 200 here on the 30-minute, but still at that resistance level. You know, if it can break back out of that, you might, you know, it might be interesting long. Let's look at this on a daily. God, it's just, Apple's just so far up there right now, but I think the last 3 times I've said I'm not buying Apple because it's too high, it just goes higher, so don't listen to me. But if we measure this last move down here around 256 to 270.99 and back down, puts it bouncing off the 618 here. You can see that on the 30-minute. That's where it's at. Well, now it's above that, right? But it bounced right off the 618 right here at the 200. So it's a good sign for sure. I like it better, you know. When you're playing it this close, in my opinion, you can play it right here. Like, you're playing off that support level. I like it better, you know, 265-ish support, because you might get a pullback here. It might come back. You're at VWAP. You know, either wait for it to break VWAP and get out of this channel, you know, get above 267, 268, and then you can, you know, potentially play it for some sort of blue sky breakout, but that's not going to happen until it clears 270. So you can kind of play it leading up into 270 and see what it does. You know, being this close and how much it's ran and that sort of thing, like, I'm not really playing much Apple. I think, you know, potentially it gets under the 200 here on the 30-minute, under that 265, back under that. Maybe down here around 263, you know, as a potential short opportunity, but you're still kind of in that channel. This late in the day, I'm not going to mess with it. We only got about 45 minutes left. But, you know, this is on, you can see on the daily, like this price range that it's been kind of stuck in here, and it's dropped back into, maybe just slightly, but you should, you know, if you wanted to play it, you would be looking for, you know, 266.50-ish up to about 267 to, or sorry, what did I say? 266-ish up to about 267. You would want to see that area right there hold a support. That's the top of these candles on the daily. So you could play it play it tight. Because if it breaks that 267, 266.50-ish, you know, then potentially back down to 260. CMG 828. That's funny. Mattercon, I doubt he's still here. He probably just came to troll. There are times I wish it was a sim, though. I've had those days where I go to sleep and I go, maybe when I wake up, this was just a bad dream. It never is. Am I sponsored? Am I sponsored by Avaya? No. Why Avaya? Just because I've talked about him a couple times? That was a nice plug. Ooh, look at that pop on blue. Now above VWAP. All right, Expedia. Bounced off the 34, so that's nice. Good sign. Good sign. Yep. Yeah, Expedia held that 34. You know, bounced somewhere near that 382. And now let's go high day. Let's do it. Oh, the coffee mug? No. I've had this thing for years. Years. I probably have a coffee mug with just about every IT company's freaking logo on it if it hasn't broken or I decided I hated them and threw it away. But yeah, this one I've had for who knows how long. I've had it for a long time. Like long enough that I don't remember what job I was in when I got it. Oh, it's all good, Bobby. I have plugged them a few times. They should be sponsoring my ass. All right. CMG 828.18. Man, why didn't we get CMG? CMG's fucking popping. Continuing to go 828.50. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Oh, I guess technically I'm kind of sponsored by Black Box. I mean, they pay me. 828. It's just that I have to actually like work for that paycheck sometimes. I'm not in CMG, Bobby. I'm not in it. Like I said, I probably this would have been a really nice play, you know, down here at 825, 90-ish, but I wasn't convinced. And, you know, we got 40 minutes left. You could play it, certainly, but you'd want to be out of it today. Like I said, I wouldn't be holding it, but that's just me. I'm a little concerned about blue right here. If it's looks like Ulta wants to resolve to the upside. And Cypher, what's up? I don't think I've seen you today. I don't think I've seen your name today. Welcome back. And Twilio holding VWAP at the Zoom holding VWAP at the moment. Little pullback on BMY and Peloton upside. About to break 35. I can go Peloton. And there's Apple. Okay, we can, I think, move away from Apple. Look at Ulta. Man, this is I don't know. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. I mean, this has held support at the moment, 252.78. But this right here to me looks like shit. I think when we drew them out, though, I think it's kind of sitting right near one of the fibs. Yeah, so kind of sitting right there. If you draw it, impulse low to high, that's showing, this is a 30-minute showing that 252.49-ish being 618. Need a good YOLO play. One trading competition. Dude, I gave you one. Woody, are you the one that I told you last week to buy Kern? I don't know if let's see. Now he's back looking for another YOLO play. Oh, that's right. I mean, Peloton can move. I don't know that it falls within what you're looking for, because I don't know what the potential upside here is. It can move quick, but I don't know that it's going to make some massive, $5 or $10 move. Let's see. If I was going to YOLO something with somebody else's money or fake money, there's not much that sticks out to me at the moment. Is it just commons? Or can you play options? I'm going to guess it's just commons. Well, yeah, but just commons. Okay. There's not a whole lot I've been looking at today that that makes me think it would fit into your criteria. If it was anything that I'm looking at right now and it was a total YOLO, it would probably be a Roku short. But I'm not, definitely not convinced on that. Man, I can't say I really have anything that I just absolutely... What did Kern do today? I think it's over $12, or at least it was. Back to 1163. I think if it can get back here to like $10, then that might be an interesting setup for a play. Otherwise, yeah, I don't really have anything right now that I mean, Peloton keeps going. 35.26 now. BMY, could be interesting. I don't know if it's going to make that big of a move this week. But it could certainly be interesting. I'm not sure Zoom's ready. PNW doesn't seem ready. Expedia moves too slow. And I think something like Blue, too expensive as a YOLO play. What's PCG doing? For some reason that thing can move. Right now it's flat, $11.30. I mean, that's a YOLO, but I don't know if it's a good one. CGC. Wow, I can't believe it's up over $20. I mean, it can move. It can move. What's making it move? Is there something coming this week that would? I know they got a new CEO. Is that how? How big of a move is it going to get off that information, that CEO news? I don't know. You probably couldn't get, there you go. I actually, it's not a bad idea because I think you could YOLO CGC, with a stop. Even if you put your stop in around 2050, or even just down here 2080, maybe near just under this support. That's where you got VWAP. So might not be bad. Whaler, it might not be bad idea because I don't think you're gonna get real hurt. Just set a stop. I don't think it's just gonna blow through all the stops real quick. And it does have the potential to move. I don't know what's the share structure in CGC. You got the OS is kind of big. I mean, there's a lot of shorts in it. OS is like 350 million. How many shares does this thing trade in a day? Oh, so I showed 218 million in the float, 350 million OS. On average, it does about 8.5 million. It's done 18 million today. So how fast is it going to move in a week? Remains to be seen. I don't really know, but I think it's got room. If the market holds on to this news, here's the deal with CGC is you're sitting right here, which is an area of resistance. It's got to get through that, right? It's got to get through all that garbage. If it does, I mean, CGC could hit, realistically, if the momentum continues to the upside, I wouldn't be surprised if CGC hits, 24, 25 this week. Not saying that it will, but, you can see it kind of inching up here. 2263, I would consider to be a breakout point. Shorter term breakout there. And then you could see it, continuing up. How long did it take? Let's see, 13 September, it was at 29. No, that was 18 September. 29 to 23, 7 days later. So it can move. I mean, that was almost a $7 move in 7 days. So the potential's there for it to make a nice move, especially with the high short float percentage. Yeah. YOLO puts, I'm showing about 20% short. So it could do it. Certainly. Like I said, if you just kind of play it tight, put a stop in, 2075-ish. If this thing's going to continue, it's probably going to continue pretty quick. It's 20%. We'll need to look how much it cheats. Yeah. Well, the problem is YOLO puts is they've got time to report change in short interest and short sales. That's why none of that data ever seems to be super accurate. That's why. They don't have to report that right away. Unfortunately. For anyone playing options, the December, so this week's CGC, $21 calls. Is this right? $1.05. Okay, so that carries about 60 cents in premium. The 20s are 171, so those only carry about 30 cents. That ain't bad at all. And there's a lot of volume on the $20 calls for this week, and the 2050s, and the 21s, and the 20s for next week. Actually, I like those better. The 20s for next week are literally 10 cents more. And you got another week on them. Now, I don't know, this new CEO being announced, I don't know how much that's going to carry them. The December 27th, 22 calls? You're saying they're $1? Are you saying $1 in premium? Are you saying they're $1? Let's see. December 27th, 22s. Yeah, they're $1. Not bad. I'm inclined to pay 40 cents in premium for the December 20th calls, I think. I like that. Because the 22s, even though they're out to December 27th, theoretically your break even then is $23. 22 plus $1 premium. Theoretically, your break even is 23 if you were to hold to expiration, and you're paying, at that point you're paying $2. You're paying $1.50 in premium, $1.60 in premium, versus the 20s for next week. You're only paying 70 cents or something. So. What's up, Z-Zomble? Welcome back. To be honest, I haven't done a ton today. I made some changes to my setup here. It's thrown me off just a little bit. I haven't, seen a whole lot that I was absolutely in love with. I've had a couple trades, but definitely, less than not what I normally trade, which is fine. I'm just wasn't feeling it this morning. Like everything was different. It was all just a little different. It wasn't, what I was used to. So had me a little, I think, off. I'm not getting in CGC today. Oh, sorry, CMG. I'm not getting in. CGC, I might take a shot at those. BGNE. I have to go back and look at that alert. I don't even remember what that was set up for. Let's see what it does right here. What do we got? We got 25 minutes left. Let's see if they're gonna dump it or let it, if it looks like they're gonna let it keep going. God, CMG beautiful. Now it's above the 34. Can't get into it this late in the day though. I don't want to swing it. What's dropping? Something's dropping. Shop? Oh, yeah, Shop is dropping a little bit. Twilio's dropping a little bit. Piton pulled back a little bit, still above 35. Cat doesn't care what's going on with the market. Amazon bet. Oh, look at this. This 1748 held nicely. Now it's back above 1750. And Roku just keeps playing in this same damn price channel. Another pullback on Disney. So BMY pullback, I'd really like to see this down to about 61.15. This area in here I'd like to see hold as support. Right in there. Alamerica. Alamerica. What do I think on SPY? Shit. Man. I'd have to go pull out the longer term SPY charts that I've done. I think the same thing everybody else thinks. I try not to think that shit we're way up here because there's a lot of analysts and stuff that are calling for more upside, but I don't know. But 313.94-ish was that low a day? Yeah, 313.94 was low a day. You know, watch that 313.94. If it breaks that, you might get some continuation to the downside into the end of the day, potentially tomorrow. You know, you had this gap up here on the 5th, and so far, you know, it looks like maybe we're holding up here above 313.90-ish. But I could pull up a longer term SPY chart if you want me to. See ya, Eltor. See you tomorrow. No problem. And what's up, Kirby? BMI, HC, Piton, AL, you're swinging right. Yep. Thanks for the follow, Kirby. What, Simmons SPY? BMY is pulling back a little bit. Stonks or ETFs? Kirby, I'm typically trading options. I have some ETFs in my longer term accounts, but what I do here in day trading, typically trading options intraday. I do occasionally trade commons, but most of the time I'm trading options directionally. Simmons, you know, I would encourage you to go take a look at Pistol Pete's SPY charts, because he's done a ton of analysis on this. This is his baby. He does a lot of, he trades ES futures a lot. Okay, look out for a potential Tesla drop. You can see that 786 extension here, and SPY does adhere to the same fibs and stuff as everything else, so you can use the same stuff when you analyze it. It looks, like a lot of people are saying potential pullback here, but that last pullback, 307-ish, it pulled back to 34 EMA and bounced right there, which is good. That's a strong sign. Obviously, right now we're just looking at the chart, which is all I can do. We can't, you can't factor in headline risk, which certainly exists. If we look at SPY like on a weekly chart, let's pull that up. And we say, okay, well, on a weekly, down here at the end of December, it bounced right off the 200. Inverse head and shoulders here, 294-ish before going up further. This move, if we say something like that on the weekly, takes us to just above the 1272 extension on a weekly chart. LKRNIO. with the 7. Yeah, and there's gaps, right? Simmons, there's a lot of gaps to fill. We know that. The common myth is that all gaps get filled. I don't necessarily believe that. What I do tend to believe is that when the price gets close to a gap, that gap typically gets tested, acts as a magnet. I'm not going to say that all gaps get filled because they don't all get filled. That's what I wanted. Yeah, and what I'm not doing, what you're not seeing here, which Pete already did, was map out every level, the expected, move. He measured the move of each one of these consolidation periods and pops and everything else. He goes back like 20 years on SPY on his charts and gives you. So I would suggest you go look at that, add some perspective to it. But, I think that 290, 390, 294-ish is pretty critical. 302.48 being another crucial area. Again, this is a weekly chart, right? So I realize that there's a big price range that we're talking about in here. So if we take just the most recent low to high on the weekly, what do we get? We come up with something that looks like that, which you can see from that move, pretty close to the 618 extension before pulling back and retreating. And the bodies of these candles did kind of mess around here at 382 before going up further. Went through 618, messed around here a little bit at the 786 extension before continuing higher. To me, when I look at this, I say, okay, well, the next measured move, pull back to 786 or near it. But it's kind of tried to do that here. So now what? Do we go to 1272 up at 322? Maybe. To me, I would expect another pullback, but I don't try not to expect. Do I have any thoughts on LK? Not really. Luckin Coffee, besides the fact that it's short, it's a low float that did have a bunch of shorts in it. I don't know if they still are. My guess is the majority have covered. I don't know enough about the company to talk about it as a long-term hold. There are certain companies that I feel like I know, well enough to say, yeah, I'm going to hold this one for a while. LK isn't one of them. Neo isn't one of them that I know enough about to say whether I think it's a good idea to hold them long term. LK, I think, is kind of a crapshoot. I mean, in my opinion. Again, I don't know enough about the company, but if you're holding it long term based on the fact that it makes big moves and that it's a low floater, and they're comparing it to, a Starbucks or something, to me it's a bit of a crapshoot. Not sure that I'd put a significant amount of money in an LK. What we got? About 15 minutes left. BMY sitting right at the 200 here. If I was looking at something longer term holds, I think BMY is not bad where it's at. I was looking at, I wanted to look at, go back and look at Procter & Gamble again today. Yeah, let's see. So PG is coming up here on a potential longer term breakout. You can see right in here. Gets above 125.60-ish. I got 125.77 as the 52-week high for potential, blue sky, all-time high breakout. So I'd have that on watch. When it did pull back, it pulled back right to the 21 EMA, which it's done twice here. I think more times. Yeah, down here as well. That 21 EMA has held as support. So I'd be watching that for a potential breakout here. 125.77. I'm actually going to put an alert here. I'll just put it at 125.25 for now. Actually, I'm going to drag this up a little bit past high of day today, 125.46. So watching Procter & Gamble, PG for potential blue sky breakout there. I don't have much money. I'm 22, but like investing, have about 10K invested total. Dividend stocks or growth? A mix, Kirby. A mix. Take like $8,000 or 8,500 or something like that. Take $6,000, put it in like, safe plays, dividend stocks if you want, whatever. Take $2,500 and put them into things that are, maybe a little more risky, but not a ton of risk. Like you don't want to be taking big hits on your portfolio, but you could take a portion of it, divvy it up. 65% in safe long-term stuff that you really don't have to worry about too much. Take a percentage and put it into stuff that is more speculative, and take an even smaller percentage and put it into things like LK. If you go, well, I think this thing might take, or like a CGC, it's a weed stock, right? You think, I want some CGC. I want to hold on to it for a while. Put a little bit in there if you want. And just, leave it there. Set a stop somewhere. Always set a stop anything you buy. So if you're looking at a CGC, you say, I want to hold this thing for a while. Okay, that's fine. Maybe you set a stop, down under 17 or something like that, 1750. Just in case like shit hits the fan and this thing goes to zero, you don't want to be stuck in it. You don't want to lose all your money because you walked away from it. So, for me, I would take 60% and put it into stuff that I feel like is safer. If I was kind of in your shoes, maybe save 20% for, things that, like I said, maybe a little bit more risky, but like chart setups, chart plays, things that, you hear, oh, this is at a really good spot, on the chart to buy it. You go look at the chart and you go, yeah, I like where it's at. Keep some cash aside for that sort of stuff. And then an even smaller amount for, I heard through the grapevine that, this is going to be the next whatever, and you just really want to play it. Divvy it up. But I would never put more than, most people say 10%. You don't want to risk more than 10%. You got to figure out a system that works for you, but limit your risk. Control your risk. More importantly, money management. You can afford to take some losses, but you have to minimize them. What did there was something I bought today. Commons in just because I liked where it was. Oh, it was that KHC. I bought a little bit of in Commons just because I liked where it was on the chart. And I'd be okay holding that for a while. tell you, one that isn't. Let me see where it's at before I talk about it. But this ABR is a REIT that has been good to me. It's still a little too high, I think. I was buying it like in the 12s. In here in the 12s and 13s. It doesn't move real fast. The lowest I think I ever saw it as long as I owned it was somewhere north of $11 or so. Yeah. Down in here. I think it's a little too high right now. I wouldn't suggest buying it. But if you can get it back in the 11s or near 12 or, at this point, low 13s isn't too bad. Pays out a good dividend and has been pretty solid for me. Bobby. Let's see. I'm still in everything that we talked about. BMY, maybe Expedia. Let's go back and look at that one because now it's under 108. But it's recovering. Oh, that's blue. Expedia. Here we go. VWAP. But yeah, it's under 109. Suppose if this holds right in here, I'll swing it. And BMY, I'm going to swing. I can tell you that already. This thing has been just, look at this on the 5-minute chart since 3rd of December, actually moving up since about 25 November. Is that down here? Actually, since July on the weekly, it's been moving up. So I'll be swinging BMY. So what you're saying is don't read WSB. Exactly. Don't read WSB. Don't read StockTwits. Don't put money into anything based on what you read on StockTwits or WSB. Do your own research. Learn how to do your own analysis on the charts so that when you take a trade, you know why you took it. It's your trade. And you know what you're looking for out of it. And you know when it has failed. If you're not doing your own analysis, your own work, then it's impossible to make your own decision when it comes to that. And if that, you can't blame anybody but yourself. About 3 minutes A little less. PB, send me a DM, sure, no problem. Take a look. Give me just a minute here. Since you said no hurry, I'm assuming it doesn't matter if I look at it after the market closes. Now CMG's pulling back a little. And that's why I didn't want to get in CGC or CMG before the end of the day, because unless it gets a big green candle, those are going to take a hit overnight. I don't know, man. Alta, to me, it just keeps pulling it down. Remember, their numbers weren't great, but it sounded like they gave, their numbers gave people some optimism. Blue rejected VWAP there. Now it's at the 200. So it has pulled back again. About $1 pullback, a little more. That sucker can make some moves. But yeah, I think PG we need to keep an eye on PG tomorrow. See what it does. Expedia barely holding VWAP here. But I still think this area in here is our oh shit. Right in there. And we are closed. All right. Let me go see, PB, what you sent me. PB, where did you send that? Oh, gotcha. PB, that's a tough question to answer, man. It shouldn't matter what I trade with. Shouldn't matter. What should matter is what you feel comfortable with. And you'll know, just start, you start feeling more comfortable, you can scale up a little bit. Don't speed up the process, just a little bit at a time. And, you'll start to get a sense of how many contracts you play based on your level of confidence and comfort, because that's what matters. Everybody's account size is different, so everybody's playing with different size. So it doesn't really matter, what someone else, the size of their position, it doesn't really matter. It's really learning to manage your own risk is what's important. And for me, it depends on, it's not just the level of confidence that determines the size of the position. It's the level of confidence, where I think it might drop to, and if it does, what's that going to cost me, and am I okay with that? There's a lot of factors that go into it. The price of the contracts, certainly play a factor. But you do it long enough and you do enough of this, and eventually you'll develop kind of your own. All right, this is a whatever it is. Maybe it's a okay. Normally I play with 2 contracts. This is a 3 contract position. This is a 4 contract position. And then if it doesn't do, like a lot of times what I'll do is if I have something in my, like if I'm watching something, some level of support or whatever, and I really like the play, like that THO, that was kind of a crapshoot. I didn't, super small position. But, if there's something that I really like the setup and I really like the play, sometimes what I'll do, like on BMY, maybe I'll take 20 contracts, and there's a move that I'm looking for. And if it doesn't make that move, I might cut half. If I still like, and I still think it has a shot. There's times I ease into the position where it's like, well, I think this is holding its support. I see this level of resistance. I think it's going to go test that. Maybe I'll buy 5 contracts. If it breaks that, I'll buy 5 more. And if the move stops, then I get out half. I mean, you'll figure it out. And PB, until you do have a feel for it, just trade 1 contract. If it's something cheap and you're okay with it, play 2 contracts. Like, just keep your position size small, because I'm telling you, like, when the time is right and you can manage it, you'll know, and you'll start playing with a little more size. No need to hurry it though. All right, I'm going to look real quick and just see if anything's moving on the after hour scanner. See if anything's popping up. Post market scan. Let's see. Nothing making a big move that's not a penny stock at the moment. I guess the biggest would be that CNST is at 33.75. It's made about a 6% move down after hours. Yeah, it was delayed. I just posted it. But for anybody that's still here, feel free to go tick the box. No problem, PB. All right. Anybody have anything else? Or I'm going to get out of here. I got a couple things I want to go work on. Sounds like MDB beat. They just reported. I don't see any other big movers. So, and I'm not normally I'd hang around and look for something to play after the bell, but like I said, I may come back but I got a couple things I want to go do. So for now, what I just saw, I just saw NEM pop up on the after hours scanner. It's at almost $40. Should have held on to that one. I think I was buying it like around 37 and got stopped out. What's it doing here? Did it do something after hours? Is that why it's... No? I show it flat, but at 39.72. All right, y'all. I'll catch you tomorrow. I'll be on before the bell. So have a good night.